Good morning. Oh, they're working. Okay. Good morning, everyone. So I will call this meeting to order. It is wonderful to see this room filled with people. Thank you very much for being here. We love this level of normal. So we're going to start today with the invocation, which will be given by Pastor David Bendette from Rock City Church. Pastor, thank you.
Thank you. Let's pray. Jesus, thank you so much for Corpus Christi, Texas. Thank you, God, that this city is living up to its namesake as the body of Christ. We're so excited, God, with all that you've been doing, all that you are doing, and all that's about to happen. Thank you for our mayor, all of our city council members, our city manager, every city employee. Thank you for our commissioners and our county commissioner. Thank you so much, Lord God, for your faithfulness and your kindness and your mercy and your grace and your love for all of them, for all of us, and for our city. Thank you, God, that you're watching over our city, and therefore the things that we do is not in vain. May we do it your way. May we lead your way. Give us wisdom in the mind of Christ in everything that we say and do, and in all of the talks and discussions. May there be unity and peace and health and strength. And we thank you, God, for Coach Wiim. Thank you for 39 years of coaching and loving on these teenagers so well for so long. Thank you for his legacy that is being celebrated and that he will leave behind, and bless him as he moves into the next thing that you have in store for his life. Thank you for Joe Gazin and all the years that he's given us the news, and thank you, God, for his life, his family, and his future. And we just love you, Lord, and we're so excited. We're so excited by what you're doing here in this council and in our city, and we welcome you into this council meeting today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor. And today we will have Jerry Guerra leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the U.S. and state flags, and he attends W.B. Ray High School. Jerry?
Okay, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Okay. Oh. Ms. Huerta, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo,
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera,
Here.
Gil Hernandez,
Here.
Michael Hunter,
Here.
Billy Lerma,
Here.
John Martinez will be late, Ben Molina,
Present.
Mike Pusley, Greg Smith,
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni,
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. So first, we've got some commendations. I'm going to go ahead and bring up our Miller Bucks to the front. Thank you so much. Okay. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? I'm going to stand here in front of y'all. Great. So thank you all for being here. Today we have our Roy Miller High School Buck Band with us, which is very exciting. So thank you all for being, that's right. Go, who said that? Councilman Busley. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and read this to you because we're very proud of you. Thank you for being here and for what you've done here, not only for this city, but as leaders in this city, because that's exactly what you guys are. On behalf of the city of Corpus Christi, I want to congratulate the Roy Miller High School Buck Band on their outstanding achievements during the 2021 UIL competition. The Roy Miller High School Band received a superior rating in the UIL competition on Thursday, April 15th of 2021 at Veterans Memorial High School. This was the first time the band achieved this level of success in almost 20 years. That is amazing. A band must receive scores of a 1 in concert performance and sight reading to receive a superior rating. The Roy Miller Band is under the direction of Michael Williamson with assistants Angie Villarreal and Stephen Maldonado. These leaders have worked diligently to build the Miller Band to this level of success despite the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic presented. The students worked hard and followed the lead of the directors to earn a superior rating on both concert performance and sight reading evaluation. The band was a 38-piece band consisting of state and area musicians as well as remote learners. The 7th and 8th grade students who are enrolled in the Metropolitan Preparatory School of Design Band on the high school campus received a superior rating in the UIL competition as well. Metro Band is under the direction of Angie Villarreal. This is the second consecutive superior rating for the Metro Band. The band consisted of 18 members who took on multiple roles to ensure a successful performance. So the entire city of Corpus Christi is very proud of you. Congratulations on a superior rating.
What's the buck?
Who wants to hold the,
Well, okay. I know. You have a mask and you have to smile now. You have to show your teeth.
I think so, yes. Yeah, I don't speak. The work ethic of these students was exemplary, or superior, I guess would be the better word. And it's always been a joy to work with these students and watch them grow as student leaders and lifelong learners. And so that's what we try to create at Miller Metro Prep. So we're very pleased with them, and they deserve this recognition, and we're just really proud of them. So I want to say thank you for allowing us this opportunity.
you can turn around and shake the hands of your councilman. Yeah.
Good
Go
job,
Bucks.
guys.
Yeah, way to go.
Great job. Superior job.
And this is, which you gotta move. Congratulations. Yes, sir. So next we will have our Veterans Memorial High School girls doubles team come up, please. Y'all come up here. Come right here. Have them come in the middle. Are y'all in between? How about in between? Yeah. Or, that's fine. That's fine. Come in. Okay, great. Scoot on over. Okay, great. Great. Welcome. Thank you for being here, our Eagles. So proud of you girls. So today, we congratulate the girls' doubles team's outstanding achievements during the 2021 team tennis season. Not only did the team compile an overall season record of 39-2 and made the state tournament in tennis, but they brought pride to our school and to the entire city of Corpus Christi. Despite daily challenges and struggles, they overcame adversity and advanced with tremendous success. To medal at the state tournament, the team won the district championship and defeated the undefeated two-time defending state champion girls doubles team from Alamo Heights in the team tennis regional semifinals. The team beat Region 1's regional champion, Amarillo, in the state quarterfinals. So their persistent, strong work ethic, respect for each other and the team, as well as their success throughout the season, shows great leadership for all of the Veterans Memorial High School students. The entire city of Corpus Christi is very proud of your accomplishments, both on and off the court. Congratulations on an awesome season. And our coaches, let's see, we have, you want to
So my name is Anthony Chapa. I'm the assistant coach at Veterans Memorial High School. It's my first year here with Coach Davidson and the girls. It was absolutely incredible to make the state tournament with them, and they had obviously an amazing achievement this year. And we have Coach Jeffrey Davidson here, head coach, and then our principal Scott Walker and Dr. Dryden as well with us. So, do you want to say anything, Coach, or no? Just me?
Come on, Coach. You gotta say something.
The reason we put the thing about the undefeated team from Alamo Heights was those girls, Coach Chapa wouldn't know it's his first year here, but I've been here since the school opened, and those two girls have been the biggest thorn in our side. Not only did we have to deal with them, we had to deal with a girl from Dripping Springs who now plays number 2 for Texas A&M University. And the other girl from Alamo Heights who just graduated is the winningest freshman in college tennis this year for the number 1 team in the country, the University of North Carolina. And that was playing from number 1 to number 6. So these girls were really, really good. And the team we beat, that girl had never lost a high school doubles match, ever. And she was a senior. She graduated in December. She's already playing college tennis now. So that was a really, really big win for us. In fact, when we went to regionals, we had a really good record. We had all this stuff we could say about our girls, but all we needed to say was one thing. We beat that team. And when we said that, everybody was like, yeah, they're the number 1 seed. Yes.
Great job.
Good job. Very good.
bring your wife is, bring her up, yes. Bring her up. You're a part of this celebration. Thank you. Come on up. Okay, so up next we have Mr. Robert Elmer Batterson and Mrs. Batterson. So Bob Batterson enlisted in the Navy in September of 1939. Initially assigned to the USS Philadelphia, where he worked on the deck and later became a powderman on the turret guns. He then moved to the supply division, where he was a third-class petty officer. Then he received orders for Pearl Harbor. Upon arriving at Pearl Harbor, he was assigned to the naval station and worked in the commissary. Bob's barracks were on the third deck of the station's administration building, where he was at the morning of the attack. Almost a year after the attack, Bob started flight training at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. He would qualify as a naval aviator and earn his wings in 1944. In 1945, he joined Fighter Squadron 1 aboard the USS Bennington. The aircraft carrier operated in the same task force as the USS Lexington off of the Japanese mainland. In 1947, Bob received a bachelor's degree in business administration from Ohio State and a master's degree in management from the Naval Postgraduate School. 30 years after he earned his wings at NAS Corpus Christi, he returned to retire as a captain in 1974 with a total of 35 years of service. Bob now works as a volunteer with the USS Lexington Museum on the Bay since the ship came to Corpus Christi in 1992. He is passionate about speaking to young people and encouraging them to be involved with what goes on in their country. The City of Corpus Christi wishes to acknowledge Bob Batterson for his outstanding contributions to our community and our country. Congratulations and happy 100th birthday, Bob. We love you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm honored, and it's going to inspire me to do even more. And all I try to do right now is encourage all of you, good Americans, to make sure that that flag always remains for us, and encourage you to encourage your families, your friends to do the same. I have much more to do in the future because of this. And I only hope that you good Americans are there doing the same thing for our great nation, our flag, our future, our freedom, our love for one another. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear. Congratulations. Thank you, Bob. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Absolutely. You guys look beautiful.
We need pictures, Mayor.
Oh, the picture. Bob, hold on. We forgot the picture. I forgot the picture. We all want a picture with you. Couldn't let you go with the picture, yeah. That's very dangerous. Okay. Okay, let's put it, no, that one. Yeah, Coach Michael. Okay, now we have Coach Wycombe. It's all about the schools, right? So this is really special to me because Coach Wycombe what's your official day? Or was it? Thursday. So Coach Wiim was the coach back when I was in high school at Flower Bluff. And it was just, he is a legend. And you have coached for 38 years? 39 years. Thursday is his retirement date. And I couldn't be prouder because I'm a Flower Bluff Hornet. And although I went to many baseball games, and Jimmy Campbell and Bobby Maxwell and all these guys that were just, they were part of that team. It was always it was just this wonderful, the knowing that the team was so good and that you were the coach back then. I mean, you came in before I was there, I think. But the other special part of this is that my mother babysat his children back when we moved to Flower Bluff. So that even brings us a little closer today. But it is such an honor for me to be able to commend you today for what you've given not only to Flower Bluff High School and Flower Bluff baseball, because that's big. Everybody knows baseball, Flower Bluff is it. But because I was a student there and remember looking up to you. I could see you right now walking with that baseball cap on like it was yesterday. So I'm so proud to be here today to be able to do this. So I'm going to go ahead and, oh no, I'm going to give you somebody else's. So today, Coach Wiim is a 1976 graduate of Flower Bluff High School and a 1981 graduate of Corpus Christi State University. Coach Wiim coached and taught for 39 years, 36 of those years at Flower Bluff. He served as head baseball coach at Flower Bluff from 1990 to 2000, and from 2008 to 2021. Coach Wiim was an outstanding coach and led his teams to the playoffs in 1990, 1997, 1998, 2000, and every year from 2010 to 2016. Coach also led the Hornets to 7 by-district championships, 4 area championships, regional quarterfinals in 2011, 2012, and 2013, and regional semifinals in 2016. He coached 4 Texas high school All-Stars who were Travis Adams in 1998, 2000 Flower Bluff graduate, John Paul Barta, who passed away in 2006 while serving in Iraq, Austin Winter in 2014, and 2016 South Texas MVP Anthony Montoya. Ron is additionally proud to have coached 14 All-State players and 45 academic All-State players. As Flower Bluff head coach, he won over 400 games. He was twice named Big Brothers and Big Sisters Coach of the Year in 98 and in 2000, and in 2016 was named Corpus Christi Hooks Coach of the Year. Finally, to add to his legend, Coach Ron Wiim coached 7 players who have returned to serve as assistant coaches on the baseball staff. That's amazing. Thank you for your outstanding contributions to our community, to Flower Bluff, to our children, to the public in general, and congratulations on your retirement.
I want to say thanks to you, Mayor, our City Council, for this opportunity. It's a special day, and it's been a special career. I think back to the year of 1969 when the Navy put my family in Corpus Christi, and specifically Flower Bluff, and it's where we've been. And my hope and dream is that Flower Bluff is it continues to be the family atmosphere. It's certainly been a blessing to me. It's been a blessing to my family, my wife Sue, also a 1976 graduate of Flower Bluff. We've been through a lot together. I thank her for the opportunities that she's given me to the late nights and the issues and things that go along with coaching, but she's been there to listen and and help out with those things. And, I couldn't have done it without her. Our kids, obviously as a coach, you sacrifice a lot with, those things where your kids don't get the attention maybe so I always knew that Sue was going to be there to take care of them. I also want to thank here today, we've got Coach Steinbrook and Coach McMinn. These guys, and I've said before, if I need something, they were the guys that were going to provide it for us and for our program, and I'm so thankful for them. And I know our board president, Shirley Thornton, is here today, and she's also a class of '76. But and then we've got Mr. Smith back here, and we've had an opportunity to coach his son a little bit in football, and so it's just been it's been a home. It's been a lot more than a school district and a community. It's been a home, and that's really that says it all about things. And so people ask me what am I going to miss? I think the number one thing is I'm going to miss the opportunity to put a Hornet baseball uniform on, and that's that's just been I've done it for a long time, and I'm going to miss that. But I know things are going to be in good hands, and we're really hoping for success for the program to continue. But again, we want to thank you for all of this.
Good job, Coach.
Okay, Joe Gazin, come on down. Okay. All right. Well, this is very
It is incredibly special. I'm not used to these things. I'm not used to working without a teleprompter. Is what I need. No words. It is very special. And we were talking before about not even believing that this day would arrive, because after 43, almost 44 years, it has been like home. It's certainly a routine to go, sit down at the anchor desk every night. I am one of those rare and very fortunate people to have found a profession that I thoroughly enjoy, and I loved every minute, really, of the 40 plus years on the job. Sure, there were bad days, there were challenges, but that's what made it exciting. Never the same day twice. And so that is, just something that has propelled me all this time. And yet, I know a number of you are, in my age category, and have come to the realization that there are things that develop, and you just realize that, what, if you're ever going to do something else, you need to walk away and take a risk and do it. And so that's kind of where I am. I realized the time had come, and so decided to make the leap. And I know that we have a lot of good staff members at Channel 3 and a lot of depth, and so I'm confident, as the coach was there, that the success will continue. And I cannot say enough about all of the kind comments and well wishes and all the attention that this has received over the past nearly 2 months when I first made the announcement. And I'll tell you, if I had known that I was going to get that much attention, I would have done it sooner and more often. because it's kind of nice to have. But I just can't say enough about this community, how much I love being here. I want to pay special tribute to my wife Amy, who has been very supportive throughout this time. She's been great, city employee, by the way. And my mom Louise, who lives at Trinity Towers in Corpus Christi, and is also very supportive. And I depend on her for the I don't know what the word is for 90-year-olds, but for the elderly population to view Channel 3. So she goes around and markets us in that segment. But anyway, it's just been such a pleasure, and Mayor, thanks to you for all that you've done in the City Council. I really appreciate it.
Well, Joe, you always have been a household name, and you always will be. And you have a place in this city that very few have. And I know I speak for the city of Corpus Christi. You do. And this is bittersweet, as you say. Every chapter in life is a chapter in life. But when it's this kind of chapter, you're literally closing one and moving on. But it is bittersweet. And I think that we all know that whatever you do, of course, you're going to be successful. And your place in our hearts and in this city will forever be. And so with that, I'm going to read you this proclamation, I'm sorry. So whereas news anchor and community pillar Joe Gazin started his career at the University of Southern California campus radio and then moved on to KABC Radio in Los Angeles, Joe Gazin was one of the pioneers in talk radio shows, having his own 4-hour program sandwiched between then Mayor Tom Bradley and Regis Philbin. And whereas Joe Gazin has spent 50 years as a leader in broadcasting and will be retiring on May the 28th of 2021 from Channel 3 Newsroom, and whereas over the years, Joe has been a beacon of light during times of crisis and a voice of truth in uncertain times, whether covering some of the most dominant stories of the day, such as the major hurricanes starting with Hurricane Allen in 1980, the death of Texan star Selena Quintanilla Perez, or the more recent impacts of COVID-19 and historical winter storm, Joe Gazin has been the calm voice of reason when we have needed it the most. And whereas part of his role in supporting the Coastal Bend, Joe has regularly participated in charitable events benefiting local nonprofits such as Driscoll Children's Hospital, the Coastal Bend Food Bank, Ronald McDonald House, and the Special Olympics. And whereas during his time with KIII, Joe Gazin has won several Associated Press awards, Best Story, Best Newscast, and numerous community accolades for public service and fundraising. He also covered stories internationally, most notably from Cuba, China, Colombia, Panama, and Mexico. And whereas Joe is a wonderful husband and his wife Amy, a devoted son to his mother, and an amazing father to his 4 children. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim May the 25th of 2021, Joe Gazin, an undeniable legacy day in Corpus Christi, Texas. And I encourage all citizens to join me in congratulating Joe on his commitment and leadership in this community. Joe, thank you. We love you. You always have a place with us.
Joe, great job, Joe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all you do for us.
Okay. Whew, that was a long one. Yeah. It's a great one, though. This is a real historic day, though, today. So thank you all for being here. We're going to move on to Section F, Public Comment. Ms. Huerta, do we have any written public comment?
Yes, ma'am. You've received written public comments last night, and we also gave you an additional one that came in today. And there are no phone-in comments today.
Okay, great. So we will go ahead and have, I'll go ahead and call up the people who signed up for public comment. If you will please state your name and address. And also, you'll see on the podium, there is a digital timer. We have 3 minutes for public comment. So if you'll just keep track of that, that would be much appreciated. So Shirley Thornton.
Shirley Thornton, 1917 Woodcrest Drive. Apparently, I'm from Flower Bluff. I came today to support my classmate, class of 76, Ronnie Wycombe, but I try not to miss an opportunity to thank people who work hard. And I just want you to know that I do pay attention to everything that you're doing as a council and what your staff is doing, what our city manager is doing. And I'm going to tell you, my opinion, which doesn't count for much except for me, you're a great group of people. We've got the right people in the right places right now. And this city is going to do some incredible things because I've already seen it happening. So I just want to thank you for all that you're doing. I appreciate it. And I can tell you that I speak for a lot of folks because you get a lot of good accolades out there from people. And I just say keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirley. Okay, next we have Joe Kramer. No? Oh, I've got your number, your name right here. Okay. 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 Okay, Linda Gerbeau.
Wow, it's been a long time.
I know.
Linda Jabot, 410 Southern Street. Mayor Guajardo, city council members, city manager, staff. First, just a big thank you for everything you guys have done this past year. Very impressed. A lot of great changes coming, and it's just a very exciting time, I think, here in Corpus Christi. Second, I'm here to speak on the Chapter 6 ordinances. I don't have anything to wave. I mean, I could have brought a puppy. I'm sure I could have snuck one in, but just tell me the breed. Anyway, I want to thank you as a citizen of this community who has served on the Animal Advisory since 2017. My final term ends 2023. I'm also on the mayor's ad hoc animal committee currently. But today I'm just going to speak to you as Linda. Under the leadership of Mr. Skidmore at Corpus Christi Animal Care Services, we're finally seeing some changes in the ordinances. And I can't tell you, some of you I've cornered, so you know, for how many years we've been trying to get some changes in our ordinances to make it better for the animals in this community and to hold people responsible for their pets. So I really want to thank you for looking at the Chapter 6 ordinances, but not just looking at them, but actually reading them, actually thinking about them, and making your amendments that I pulled up and I looked at. Thank you for not just rubber stamping something. Thank you for making it better and for putting your twist on it. That's what we need from our city council and our mayor. And so I'm really hoping that it passes. And I think I can speak for a few other members of the Animal Advisory who are sitting here with me today and say, like I said, just thank you. You're very much appreciated.
Thank you, Linda. Susie Susie Luna Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I'm glad to be able to be back before City Council. I've been keeping track of you guys through the video. I've been happy with some things you've done, unhappy with others that you've done. And you know me, I'm honest. And I will tell you what those things are and how I've become unhappy with some of the things that have happened. You've done some good things, and I'm grateful for them. I would be bringing you these things back one at a time. I also want to take this opportunity to tell my council person that I live on Hackle and Foley, and I'm still waiting for the repairs on Foley. Because you go through, you need a tank to get through that street. A lot of streets are that way. A lot of people are complaining. You need to take a look at Facebook. And I realize we have a program in line to get things done, but sometimes after rains, that isn't enough. So I'd ask you to take a look at some of those things because we really need something done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Okay, so I think that will close our public comment, and we'll move on to section G.
Mayor, I just want to make one quick announcement
yes.
that starting on June the 8th, we're going to be phasing out the phone-in option for public comments. So it'll be written public comment and public comment in person.
In person.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you. We will move on to section G, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council and community. I do have 5 things to brief the council and the community on today. It includes just a quick wrap up on the extreme weather event in February, our brush collection services. We do want to spend a little bit of time today on beach and water safety, given that Memorial Day begins probably Thursdays, and we're going to start to see a lot of people at the beach. And speaking of beach and Parks and Rec, a quick update on the Parks Master Plan that we're developing for the community. Also, back to the beach area, Park Road 22, saw some significant infrastructure work, and just to highlight that for the community. And then we'll wrap up by having our emergency operations manager, Billy Delgado, talking to us about hurricane season as it officially kicks off here in the next couple of days. So just to talk about a conclusion in our community. So with that extreme weather event that we had, there was a lot of frostbitten and damaged foliage across our entire city. We spent almost 2 months, March 8th through May 2nd, collecting all that debris. It was a special collection cycle through the community. And in that time, the city and contractor crews picked up over 110,000 cubic yards of debris. And just to put that 110,000 into context, that's about half the amount of material we collect in a year in our normal collection routes, right? So through the year, we have 4 cycles of brush pickup. Just from that extreme weather event in 2 months, we picked up half of what we normally pick up. So the city crews and the contract crews, you can see in the diagram here, worked all the way from 1A down there on the island, all the way up to Area 10, up in the Cal Island, Toloso Midway area. And to make this effort possible, we did redirect some of our staff from Public Works and the transfer station to make sure that the debris was picked up in a timely manner. And then the last thing I want to mention is it does have a price tag. This is not free, and it's somewhat expensive to do, just to alert the community. So to do that with the city's scheduled expenses and then the contract crews, in total it was $850,000 to do that. So this happens sometime, I don't want to say often, especially during the hurricane season. The community expects a special cycle, and it does come with a slight price tag. So good job to the city crews, and we thank the contractor for staying on time and getting the city to look a lot better, right? It does already. Let's shift gears now to the beach and water safety. We know that on Sunday, young 18-year-old Andrew Bass was overtaken down there at Padre Island by red flag tides. Chief Roach is here with me today, and I know he's been out there. Your crews were out there again today, Chief, right? I don't know if you want to give a quick update.
Thank you, Peter. Robert Rocha, Fire Chief. Just a quick update. We continue searching the beaches, both on the north side of the jetty and the south side. We're working in conjunction with the Corpus Christi Fire Department, the Flower Bluff Fire Department, and other volunteers that are going out there and helping us. But right now, we continue to search, Peter, and we stand by offering family support. It has generated some great dialogue between the Fire Department, Public Works, and Parks to work on short-term and long-term messaging to try to eliminate any drownings that occur out there.
Right. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the extra hours that you and your teams have put in. Our prayers go out to the young man and his family. They've been down there at the beach, and we'll keep the community updated. So beach safety is important year-round, not just because of summer, the onset of summer that's coming up. The city utilizes numerous protocols during the summer months especially to encourage beach safety. That does include having 10 fixed lifeguard stands along the Gulf beaches. There's actually 9 down there, and then we have 1 at McGee Beach. This summer, we're putting out brand new lifeguard stands that City Council approved last year. In addition to the fixed lifeguard stands, there's mobile lifeguards that patrol the beaches as well on the four-wheelers. And the lifeguard hours of operation are from 11 to 6, so 11 in the morning to 6 p.m. On Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we extend the nighttime hours to 8 with roving units. Right now it's just 1, but we're looking at having 2. We're also going to evaluate that 6 o'clock end time. As we know, the sun doesn't set till 9. The people are still swimming, but right now we use the roving crews, but we're assessing that given the circumstance that happened on Sunday. Visitors are encouraged to be aware of surf conditions, and there's a system in place, the flag system. That's a national system. We want to encourage people to visit our Facebook page. It's the link is, or the location is Corpus Christi Beaches. So on Facebook, Corpus Christi Beaches, every day we post on that website the flag condition of the day. And we're going to develop some type of a campaign to encourage visitors, our own residents, teenagers, everybody to look at that Facebook page or look online and figure out what is the flag color of the day, because that will help them assess how deep or should they go into the oceans at all. And so we know that the green flag means the waters are calm. A yellow flag means stay alert, the waters aren't so calm. The red flag, which has been the flag we've been flying for several days now, is dangerous conditions. And then there's 2 other flag colors. Purple has nothing to do with the conditions of the waves, but it's about venomous marine, so a large amount of jellyfish or other marines that may be dangerous. That flag could be flown along with the red or yellow or green. And then the orange flag, which also could be flown simultaneously with those others, means that there's environmental hazards in the water. Okay, so that flag system's national. We're reassessing the boards themselves. I don't know if you all have seen them, but there's a lot of text on there. It's not all that clear. And even the flag itself, we could probably put a logo on it, like the red flag could have the title of what that means, which is dangerous conditions. So Sarah Munoz, our interim parks director, and her team are looking at that, and we'll make improvements going forward. The city also works with nonprofits. We don't do everything alone, right? We work with the private sector and nonprofits, and we're working with 2 to promote water safety awareness. There's 2 in town that are pretty prominent, Collins Hope and the Giussani Foundation. I know in front of the council seats today, there was a big bag from the Giussani Foundation. Councilman Hernandez, there we go. So they did a nice job giving the city council members a lot of material, both written and stuff to help promote their organizations in the community. In there this year is some information on the Collins Hope nonprofit group. And so they focus on water safety awareness, training, beach education, and other resources to help children, teenagers, and young adults from drowning. We do want to highlight an event that's taking place tonight. The Eagles swim team of Veterans Memorial High School is going to be having their 5th annual Collins Hope Swim fundraiser. So it's a fundraiser tonight at 4 to 6, and it will be at the natatorium on Cabinets Way. It is an event where 30 swimmers are going to swim for an hour. That's a long time, right, Councilman Hernandez? For 1 hour in exchange for monetary donations. And that will benefit the Collins Hope cause and mission. And so the Collins Hope continues to donate educational resources to local schools. That's one of their biggest things they do. Last year, they released a book called Wait for a Grown-Up, and they've donated a dozen of those books to the Eagles swim team at Veterans. The high school swim team, in turn, gave those books to 3rd graders in Evans Elementary. And those 3rd graders, along with the CCISD Learn to Swim program, use that material at the natatorium. So that's pretty good, right? 3rd graders learning how to swim through the donations of the Collins Hope nonprofit. So if you want to participate tonight, you can go to the natatorium between 4 and 6. You can also call Anissa Hernandez, who is the organizer of the event, and her direct telephone number is the 361-548-6977. So 548-6977. If you want to donate tonight, call Anissa Hernandez and make that pledge. Now, this past Friday, Saturday, the City Council held a day-and-a-half goal-setting session, and the topic of swim safety came up. And so we are evaluating what we do as a city organization. We do provide swim lessons, but the attendance is not that great, and in some part it may be because of the fee. There's a $50 per swim event fee, and so with 8 sessions that take place to complete the course, that's a $400 charge, right, for working families for one person. So it's we think it may be unrealistic for some of the working families to even consider doing something like that. The community needs to know that this city council has made a pledge that we should look at having a goal of being able to teach all our children how to swim in a coastal community like Corpus Christi. And that was raised by Councilman Hernandez, who himself is a lifeguard. His son's a lifeguard as well. So we're going to evaluate how can we do that. Could we live up to that pledge? What would that mean from a city, and what would our nonprofits and schools and others have to do to commit to that and make that pledge to say that every child in our city should learn how to swim, given the coastal conditions that we're in. So we'll be bringing back more information to the council and the community on that. For right now, those 3 locations where you can take swim lessons are at our natatorium, the HEB pool, and the OSO pool. And our Parks and Rec department has more information on that if somebody wants to participate now. So just one other thing on the beaches and Memorial Day. I know we go to the beach just like a lot of our visiting tourists from out of town. Yesterday, Assistant City Manager Neiman Young, myself, Sarah Munoz, we went to the beaches just to kind of see how we were looking for Memorial Day. We know we're going to have a lot of visitors. And the beaches south of the Packery Channel, or south of Zahn Road, you know, it's a little more narrower. Councilman Smith there, Councilman Smith knows. Because of extraordinary high tide, a lot of the beach is underwater at this point. And so we need to be careful of pedestrians who are laying or sitting or playing on the beach in the drive lane as well, because as it narrows, we may have it to where just for that portion of the beach, it's pedestrians only. We'll work with the mayor and the Surf Riders group and others. We want to put pedestrian safety first on that beach, and so that section just south of the Packery Channel it was compromised yesterday because of the high tide, and they suspect it will continue. So we'll keep the community informed. North of the Packery Channel looks real good, and even yesterday it was packed down there. So people love our beaches, and our parks teams are working hard. They'll be working over the weekend and through Monday. So let's stick with parks and talk about the parks master plan. So in the budget this year, the City Council approved funding for a 10-year master plan to help us better define what do we want our park system to be over the next 10 years. Half and Associates is working with our Parks Department and the community to complete this. There are 2 chapters done of a 5-chapter assessment. And the first chapter is why plan for parks anyway. That's done. Also, chapter 2, an assessment of our park systems today. That's done as well. And so they'll be writing the other 3 chapters with the community input. I bring it up today because a very important community survey is going to be going out and will be made available. So this Friday, May 28th, selected homes will receive a paper survey that'll be mailed to a random sample. And then June 1, on next Tuesday, residents who don't receive the paper survey can participate online. So we want the council and the community to engage in this. Our park system, we know, is one we're going to address and make even better. But getting community input on what do they want their park system to be and what do they like and dislike is critical. So a survey like this will be a great tool. We'll work with the council to get you more information to get that out, especially for next Tuesday's release. I do want to highlight that the survey, both the paper and the online, is in Spanish as well as in English. And then Bill Witt, real quick, Councilman Hernandez took me to Bill Witt Park before my first day working as city manager, and we know that there's a beautiful park, but it needs some amenities, right? And it needs a plan. It doesn't have a master plan. And so with his leadership, that is a separate master plan that's being done. The consultants have already interviewed a lot of stakeholders, including 3 council members, Molina, Barrera, and Hernandez, and the rest will be interviewed as we move forward on completing that. And then one more thing down there on the island, and then we're going to turn it over to Billy on hurricane preparedness, which also focuses on that island primarily. But Park Road 22 Bridge, last week, some significant infrastructure. The overpass was placed. You can see it here in this time-lapse footage. This is an $18 million project when you include the road and some of the storm system as well as wastewater systems that'll be done. It's being done in 2 phases, and what you see here is phase 1, which is the northbound lane. You can see the bridge supports being placed. The canal has been dug. They'll be placing sidewalks underneath that as they move forward on phase 1 construction. They've stabilized the underneath, the bottom of that canal with concrete mats. Haas Anderson is the contractor, and they're doing a great job. That's some pretty precise work that you can see there. We appreciate them and the work that they do in our community, not just in that project, but many others. Phase 2 will be the southbound lanes. Phase 1 will be done this October. And then phase 2 will begin, which will be that same setup you saw there, but on the southbound lanes. And that will conclude by next fall. The whole system will be done. Okay, now finally we're going to just talk about hurricane preparedness, and Billy is going to come up. Billy Delgado, just by reference, has been with the city for 32 years. So, right, Billy? And he loves what he does, and this Billy does a fantastic job. Many nights he has not slept last year. Not because he was watching TV, but because he was protecting us and the community, right, Billy? And he has been our emergency management coordinator since 2012. He's responsible for the day-to-day operations of our emergency management center that's in our fire department. So, Billy, we know that the beginning of the hurricane season's coming. We do need to be mindful. We live in a coastal community, and we're going to turn it over to you to remind the council and the community what we need to do to be safe this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Billy Delgado, the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Corpus Christi. We'll get into the presentation. NOAA has come out with their hurricane forecast for 2021, and it really doesn't matter the number that they say because it only takes one for a bad day in Corpus Christi. So we want to make sure, this is the 2021 tropical cyclone, the names, and then named storms, 13, hurricanes 6 to 10, and major hurricanes 3 to 5. The City Operations Center is a central location on 2406 Leopard on the 4th floor. That's where the different agencies and city departments that will be working through the storm are housed. Our primary function is strategic direction and control, situational assessments, establishing priorities, and resource management. Resource management is very important because that we want to make sure that the people in the field have all the equipment that they need. We run the Incident Command Organizational Chart. It's NIMS, and we strictly go by that, and it's more of what we do every day, a chain of command, and this is the way our organizational chart is set up for the Emergency Operations Center. We have different levels of activations and emergency conditions. Level 1, we're basically always in a level 1 condition. And normal condition, level 4, and then increased readiness and escalated if for one's in emergency conditions. All city departments have all hazard plans. They're working on their all hazard plans. Every year they go to their plans and they update them annually. They go over the plan with staff annually. So we want to make sure that we're always up to date on all hazard plans. And we use the word all hazards because it's not only hurricanes, but this is a hurricane presentation. But we had the ice storm and we had the flooding. And so every department has plans for this. And we're very proud of them, and all departments work as a team. We also have department operations centers aside from the emergency operations center. These department staff are working within their facility, working with the staff, their staff in the field, getting them what they need to have a successful operation. And you can see the different departments that have a department operation center, and then they coordinate with our Office of Emergency Management to coordinate the plan and make sure that we're all on the same page and make sure we're all working together. Communication is very key to any operation. We work very close with our Nueces County Emergency Operations Center, our National Weather Service, as you know, and they've been very, very good to us, not only during hurricane season, but all these major events where we have a text that they text me, and then we're able to alert the city manager, able to alert MetroCom and the police department, fire department for the people that are in the field. They're giving us an updated text on where the storm is and how it's coming in, what direction it's coming in, what can we expect. And that's so very important to our people that are out there in the field. We also work with our Port of Corpus Christi. Has been a major role player with our operation, and our Texas Department of Public Safety and our Texas Department of Emergency Management. The mayor's worked with our team, with the state, TDM. These are agencies that we work with and have worked with for past disasters. As you can see, it's the city of Corpus Christi, but it can't do it without all these partners. All these partners are willing to help and have helped during times of an emergency. This is a group that helped during Harvey, and we've called on these quite often. The city does have 14 emergency teams comprised of city employees. As you know, city employees are essential to the city of Corpus Christi. These teams have been created to respond to emergencies when needed, either prior, during, or after an emergency. So these city employees have a team, they know their team, and if their team is called to do a job during the emergencies, they know to do that. They have specific roles during an emergency. Communication between our office and the emergency teams is key to a successful operation. Each of these teams has a manager, and under the system that we work with the managers, and the managers work with their teams. Because of COVID, we're not able to do what we always do, go out and do presentations. I just wanted to give you what we've done as far as virtual presentations, and we've done 2 town hall meetings with the National Weather Service. But these presentations that we're doing, and there's only one word in there, but nursing homes, all the nursing homes are in that homeless network. We work with the city and their team, school districts, the school district superintendents were on that group, dialysis, all these groups here, hospitals. So it's a one-line statement, but there's multiple people in those meetings. So we're reaching a lot of, yesterday we did the Emergency Association with Alyssa and her downtown management. So we're trying to get the message out on preparedness, and we have a special preparedness presentation that we give to them. Planning is key. The one thing that we learned a long time ago, you need to have the right people in the right place to make decisions. We integrate the whole community. We focus on the whole community inclusion in our planning. Communities must develop business and family plans. We encourage that in our presentations, not only to the groups, to the employees, but to individuals. Have a family plan. Planners should review and revise these plans annually. We do drills. Unfortunately, with COVID-19, we have not been able to do a lot of drills, but hopefully we're gonna do an evacuation drill this year. But again, that's key to any operation. One thing that our office does is we review the nursing home plans. They have to go through our office, and we review them each year, and they're doing a really good job on updating their plans. We do monthly drills. It's a web BOC drill and a reverse alert drill. The city does have a phased evacuation plan for the city. The plan is to evacuate the city based off phased evacuation. Basically, anyone that cannot and does not have a vehicle to evacuate the city, RTA will pick them up at their nearest bus stop. That's all anybody has to do. Go to your nearest bus stop. Riders will be taken to a transfer station that will transport them to Corpus Christi Gym. RTA will allow people to ride buses at no charge. Passengers will be able to bring their pets and luggage. Corpus Christi Independent School District buses and state buses will be used to transport evacuees out of town. So if anybody says we really can't evacuate because we don't have transportation, all they need to do is catch their nearest bus stop. These are the evacuation zones based on the storm, based on the hurricane, based on the size of the hurricane. These are the zones that we will call out. Obviously, the island, Port Aransas would evacuate through the city. So we want to make sure that they get through the city, and then we'll start our phased evacuation plan. This is the hub that we talked about where the buses will take the people to, and as you can see, Red Cross, Salvation Army, Police Department with their traffic control, security. They fully manned Fire Department with their EMS and their staff there, and a bunch of city employees that are assigned to the evacuation team. As we evacuate the city, we want to bring people back the same way, phased evacuation. As you see here, we have a tier ER and a tier 1. Well, the ER is for our emergency responders right after the storm to go out there and search and rescue and recover. And then we do our damage assessments. And then the next phase, we want to start restoring the essential services and any mass care operations. The last phase is our business owners and residents. The key word is patience. We tell this every time we have a presentation to businesses and residents. Just be patient. Be patient. It takes, if we get hit with the big one, it's going to take time to restore the city back. We don't want to bring anybody back if we're not ready to have them. Team approach for disaster. You know, one thing that we can say about the city and the leadership from our city manager is team, team, team. All city departments works great as a team during times of an emergency. Departments supporting other departments in times of crisis. That is what makes the city able to respond to any crisis in the community. And these are not only words, the teams, the departments have put this into action. When planning for a disaster, the city always plans for the worst case scenario. We ask ourselves, what can go wrong? We cannot wait for the event itself to try and figure it out. There will be times when challenges will come up during an event, and they have come up during an event, but our team is prepared to handle such situations. The city takes a proactive approach instead of a reactive approach. I want to talk about how we notify the public. Reverse alert is our way of notifying the public. We'll text them, we can email them, we'll call them on the phone. Anybody that wants a message from our office during times of emergency, go to reversealert.org. They self-register, and they'll be getting messages from our office. There's also the local news and our cctexas.com ready page. KLUX Radio suspends all music. And then we have our office has a social Facebook and Twitter page, Ready CC. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to y'all and to let you know that the city has been working the plans. City departments have been working hard on the plans, and that we are ready to do what we need to do as a city for the citizens of Corpus Christi. I want to thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Billy.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez, you have a question?
Yes, and Billy, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to also thank City Manager for making the comments on Collins Hope and the Jasani Smith Foundation. We've had some. I had mentioned this personally about improving our Learn to Swim program since we're a coastal community and we have water all around us. And it was in reference to those individuals. Unfortunately, it was probably, sadly, prophetic in what we had here recently on Sunday with the disappearance of Andre Bass. And I would be remiss in also mentioning the name of David Gregory, who drowned in the Lago Vista Lake several years back. which led to more tragedy when his mother, Kenyatta Duckworth, committed suicide because of that. So it's tragedy upon tragedy. So it's important for us to do what we can as a community, as a city, especially since we are a coastal community, to provide those services, which starts with our pools, to make sure that that we provide that opportunity for people to learn to swim, not only through ourselves, but also through our partners with the school districts and private entities like the YMCA or the YWCA, so that we provide that service. These things can be avoided, and it's tragedy. And as a former lifeguard, I understand what that's like. The Collins Hope Foundation were the parents of Jana and Jeff Holst, were graduates of Carroll High School, and their son died in a pool at the age of 4. This is important. We don't want our children to die needlessly. So I hope that my fellow council members will support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. Yeah, I think that, actually, I think we may have Mr. Presley.
Billy, I'm sorry, I'm new on the block here. Where is our EOC center for the city?
2406 Leopard. It's the Frostbank Development Services and Fire Admin headquarters.
Okay. Is that facility hardened, so to speak, for, I mean, do you have emergency generator backup systems, that sort of thing for that facility?
Yes, sir. We have a new emergency generator.
Okay. And that's our only EOC center then?
No, sir. We have backup centers in our plans if we need to move from there.
And where are those?
We work with the Del Mar Dome if we need to go there.
Okay.
Yeah, there's several FEMA domes,
And FEMA
including
dome
one
in
up
Cal
in,
Allen.
Cal
Allen.
we looked at the Cal Allen one as well, almost used it last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Toledo Midway has 2 of those domes.
Yes.
By the
Yes,
way.
sir.
Yeah, the Cal Allen was a good setup to include a kitchen nearby.
Okay.
So, yeah, we met with the superintendent. It's well, I don't know if I should say this, but it's the city could use a new and more modern ELC that's on the mayor's and others' radar.
Yeah.
So the one that we have it works, but given a coastal community, we really need something a little more hardened, to use your word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Billy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Zanoni?
Yes, Mayor, that concludes the city
does.
manager's comments. Thank
So
you.
if I may,
Oh,
I
yes,
just
ma'am.
would like to thank staff for securing community input on that Bill Witt master plan.
Yes.
As we all know, it's very important to keep the public input first and foremost, and of course, planning for the future of this park. I mean, this is a tremendous, how many acres is this park? Do you recall?
That's a lot.
Okay, it's
Is that
huge.
park?
It's a big park, and it has so much
Yeah.
potential. So I think the community input and the plan for it is admirable. The next thing I'd like to request, Mr. Zanoni, is I'd like to see a work plan from our homeless department on what has been accomplished since it's been established, and what is it they're working on currently moving forward.
Okay, no problem. We'll get to that.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on. I think we're going to move up item number 28, which is briefings. And that is a briefing from Flatiron Dragados on the Harbor Bridge Replacement Project.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor Guajardo, City Manager Zanoni. I'm Richard Martinez, Director of Public Works. And today we've got Flatiron Dragados coming to give us an update on the Harbor Bridge Replacement Project. And I want to introduce some staff members that are here today. So Lynn Allison, she's the Public Information Coordinator with Flatiron Dragados. She'll be giving the presentation. She has Keith Armstrong, who's a Project Manager with Flatiron Dragados as well. Jody Crawford is the actual Roadworks Manager for Flatiron Dragados. And Ricky Daly is a Public Information Officer for the Texas Department of Transportation. And a special guest we have here today is Valente Olivares, who's a district engineer for the Corpus Christi district for the Texas Department of Transportation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lynn Allison.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Director Martinez and City Manager Zanoni, for your help in organizing this presentation today. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for inviting us to be here. I also want to introduce, I believe I have, in place of Jody Crawford today, I have Nick Manfredini, a project engineer with Flatiron Dragados, and also our executive project manager, Hugo Fontarig, should be on the line. Keith, are you all out there?
Yep. Good morning, council members.
Are you able to see if they're online? Okay, so it sounds like you're all online. I'm going to move forward with my presentation while the city secretary is looking about, dialing you in for questions. So I just want to make sure my mouse is working here. All right. So beg your pardon if I'm reading off my notes a bit much. I have a lot to talk about. So I have 20 slides that I'm going to go through with you today. And like Director Martinez said, I'm call myself with the Harbor Bridge Project, but yes, I do work for the developer, Flatiron Dragados. We're going to go into this agenda. So if you'll take a look at this slide, I'm going to touch on the drainage and utilities of the project, the environmental compliance, Harbor Bridge Project construction progress. That includes the South Roadworks and interchange, the upcoming traffic switches, the South Approach, the North Roadworks, the North Approach, the precast yard, the cable stay bridge, including the backspan piers, the pylon towers, and I'm going to touch on some good news we got yesterday with our Invest Sustainability Plan. I have some allergy issues. I'm going to have to take some sips of water along the way. Okay. So to get straight to it on drainage and utilities, here you can see some of the highlights of our utility packages. I believe we've brought online 9 of these 200 feet high mast lights up and down the IH-37 and the future US 181, 37, 286 interchange. You can see here in the middle, and these each have, I think, 9 or 10 400-watt environmentally sustainable LED bulbs. Then the salt flat channel drainage. This is one of our 3 arch bridges, which we do have 21 total bridges on this project. And then to touch on the Rincon Channel outfalls and drainage on North Beach. So as part of our drainage work, as you all know at the city, and we work closely with the Public Works during all these torrential rains, effective storm water management is ongoing and a big part of our project-wide operations and maintenance to mitigate these heavy recent rains. Like I said here, we've got the high mast lighting installed as part of our above-ground utilities and the electrical side. But back to the water issues, especially regarding North Beach, Leopard Street, that area receives immediate attention at all times when we're in the middle of heavy rains. We all know the issues that those areas face, and we do our best to respond as soon as it's safe, and I'll get into that a little bit more as I get into the environmental slide next. But just to go on with our underground utility packages, where we're tying into or replacing existing city lines, that requires extensive coordination with the city utility crews and environmental team here. We submit packages on a regular basis to that department within the city, and then of course coordinating with our other subcontractors on the project. So we did work closely with the city to complete a significant amount of our drainage and utility packages through the first quarter of this year. I'll address specifically as far as the North Beach area. Apart from the work we're doing along the Rincon Channel, we are only improving the infrastructure or creating new infrastructure around the immediate interchange there at Burleson Street, not throughout the North Beach community. Like I said, we're doing our best to mitigate flooding waters and high waters. The hard truth is we're tying in the highest quality 6x4 concrete pipe into city existing 24-inch lines. So to the capacity issue, we're doing what we can, but we're working within the project right away to make those drainage improvements. I'll go into our next slide here. which is also going to get into the drainage. You can see here one of the big areas of our best management practices is we have throughout the drainage canals these rock filter dams to capture sedimentation along the salt flat channel and downstream from the Rincon channel. The stormwater pollution protection plan is a huge part of our, we call it the SWIP program. I mean, protecting these curb inlet covers is a huge part of that plan. We have 200 of these inlets project-wide. On the right, you see the turbidity curtains also installed project-wide, and much of our project work is around wetlands to reduce the impact of erosion and to control silt and sedimentation from flowing downstream. Like I said, on the inlet covers, they are there and in place for the lifespan of the project. They're there to prevent trash and construction debris from free-flowing down through the nearby waterways. With the recent rains, and our operation and maintenance crew, again, are working around the clock to the extent it's safe for them, and I'm talking 24/7. We have, my friend Carrie Myers has me on speed dial. My friend Gilbert Cortines at GNL Detail also has me on speed dial, and I take their concerns very seriously, as do my colleagues on the project. Just yesterday, we reviewed our SWIP plan, and we are looking at working with the city. I believe this was done initially on the project, but we are willing and looking at working with the city on removing those filter inlet drain covers in the situation where human life is at stake in these torrential rains temporarily. So we are willing to do that and look at doing that. Again, back to our environmental, we have a team, including a PhD biologist whose office is right next to mine. He and his staff are on the project all the time, like the rest of us, doing daily surveillance, daily trips around the project to look at any necessarily cleanup opportunities, address and mitigate chemical spills, which is very rare, oversight of any hazardous waste material disposal. And to date on the project, we've trained environmentally over 4,500 employees and subcontractors on our environmental best management practices. So here, So here I get a little bit excited looking at these drone photos that we have coming in, and I go out with our photographer to capture the images that we all want, and our engineers on the project work with these closely. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of a shadow on this one. This is a very recent photo, so we've had to work around all the clouds and the rain cover. Please do take note of the complexity in this photo and the work that's involved with continuing all this construction while moving traffic along IH-37 and the direct connectors and the State Highway 286. A lot of what I do is work with our MOT on alerting the community and the stakeholders like yourself, the CCRTA, the EOC, LEPC personnel on traffic movements. We try to give as much notice as possible on significant traffic events like a long-term closure. We do work at night as much as we can, especially when I'm sorry, they just responded that they're online and have audio, so.
Yes, ma'am, they're online. If
Okay.
they could turn up their laptop, my understanding is the audio might be low on their laptop.
Okay.
That's where we're having trouble hearing them.
Okay, great. Nick, if you'll just turn up your audio on your laptop whenever you guys are speaking. Thank you. So keeping traffic moving during this area of complex construction is no small task. We do try to do any closures at night when it involves like IH-37 main lanes or these direct connectors. We publish detours, again, work closely with city and other stakeholders. You can see in this photo these 4 direct connectors are 4 of the new 21 bridges on this project. There's one here, a second one, a third, and a fourth. The south interchange is progressing, and it will be the tie-in point from 181 all the way to the south side. There will be, free-flowing traffic to reach from Portland to the south side of Corpus Christi and to connect to IH-37. Again, like I said, we work closely to mitigate the detours. They're not fun for us on the project as well. We all have to deal with them on a regular basis. So I want to get into talking about some significant traffic sequencing and switches that we're doing this summer around this interchange. I'll do my best to explain this along the way following this presentation today, this is just an initial overview, and I will do traffic phasing briefings with folks like Chief Ochoa and the police department to give them a real understanding for emergency purposes on what we're doing to reroute traffic. So this is a map of our existing direct connectors. So this is IH-37 and 286. So we refer to connector A, which has northbound 37 to southbound 37 to southbound 286. Connector B is northbound IH-37 to southbound 286. Connector D is northbound 286 to northbound 37, and B, northbound 37 to southbound 286. So we're getting ready to do some significant work here, which involves demolishing 3 of these direct connectors, and that is expected to take place this summer. So with that, and they're all going to happen sort of back to back. But the first one that's going to take place, so right here is the connector that you would typically, if you're heading downtown from Corpus Christi, you would take this connector to head to the south side or crosstown. This is quickly going to come offline. These 2 connectors that merge here, we call them connector A and B, are quickly going to be coming offline this summer. This new northwest loop ramp will be opening up, and this will be the access point to South Crosstown coming from downtown. Like I said, we're going to be soon detouring, closing connector A. We're going to detour connector A onto connector C. I know I'm throwing a lot at you right now. And then detouring connector D over here, heading from Crosstown to downtown, will be detoured onto Detour D, which is the Antelope Brownlee Street opening. So if you've been in the area, you can see a tremendous amount of work going on. We are pouring riprap nonstop. The embankment along Antelope Street, there's a lot going on. Of course, we can't pour concrete in the rain, so we had a late June, early July plan to have some of these interchange switches take place, but that's now moved a couple weeks into the summer. Part of the reason, too, is we have we work closely with our colleagues at TxDOT to not have any major construction or interchange work around holidays. So like Memorial Day weekend coming up, and with all the rain, was a little bit of a setback. So I do want to highlight what's going on with the Leopard Street Bridge, just because this is right here. We could throw a rock at Leopard Street. So this here you can see is what's been closed at Leopard Street. Over here is G&L detail. You can really see this Leopard Street Bridge and the embankment and abutment wall taking shape. So Leopard Street will cross over Crosstown Expressway here. This connector M will go over the Leopard Street Bridge. So we're anticipating the Leopard Street Bridge, this completion of this roadway in the early 2022. And believe me, another outreach group that I work closely with are the Metro Ministries folks, because we have to provide pedestrian detours for this whole interchange as well. And to do that, we utilize the Staples Street newly constructed bridge and the Comanche Street Bridge.
Yeah, you sure can. Absolutely.
Which slide, Councilman Pesci?
Lynn, if you'll go back 2 slides, please. Okay, no, we'll forward 1. Okay, so currently now, when we all leave downtown Corpus Christi at 5 o'clock, I'm sure you're aware there's a huge traffic jam of people trying to get onto 286 from downtown and the Harbor Bridge and wherever else they're coming from. So if I understood what you said a while ago, that traffic is going to get transferred, if you go to your next slide, to this loop that's coming.
So traffic coming from downtown and the uptown area can utilize the Staples Street Bridge, and I need to confirm that on the Staples Street Bridge, but for sure from downtown, we'll utilize this loop ramp, and it'll be a nonstop connection to Crosstown Expressway.
And you think that's going to handle all of that traffic? I mean, it's a mess now. I'm just concerned that it's going to continue to be a mess with that. It's just an opinion, but I don't know.
I'm probably not the best person to talk to you about the design
Okay,
of the
well,
project.
Ricky's
but
here. Maybe I'll ask him in a minute.
I can get back with you on that.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, though.
But I just, that is it's a huge problem. I know y'all know that.
understand.
And in the afternoons when everybody's trying to get, you have traffic trying to cross each other because people who want to go north on I-37 that are coming from downtown have to try to get across that traffic that's trying to go to 286.
Right, and I understand, and the idea of this plan is certainly the long-term plan is to eliminate very much of that congestion.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So I got to the Leopard Street Bridge. Let's see where I'm at on my notes here.
And Lynn, maybe you can just note that there won't be any crossing of traffic, right? That they'll stay on the right-hand lane there by MLK, and that'll go directly onto the loop. So maybe that'll alleviate some of that crossover traffic going on that existing ramp B, right?
Did you catch that? Would you mind, Nick, repeating that a little louder, please?
Yeah, so if they're coming down I-37, right, from downtown, they'll be on the right-hand side. There you go, yeah. They go onto that loop ramp, rather than crossing over to the existing ramp B. So some of that crossover congestion that you're talking about should be alleviated a bit.
Utilizing Martin Luther King Drive frontage road, which is also newly paved frontage road, is what he's saying.
That's right, so it's adding a new lane essentially.
Okay, but what about the traffic that's trying to continue north on I-37? That's where the big,
On that middle lane.
okay.
That's going to be a continuing lane.
Okay, thank you.
We can come back to these too. I'm sure there'll be plenty of other questions as well. No worries, no worries. Thank you. That's okay. That's okay. So this map is the, just to give you an overview, this is not an approved final release map, but along with each one of these traffic movements, we're going to submit along with the traffic advisory that I know many of the staff received from me. I'm not sure that I have council members directly on that email group of about 206 people. That also serves as a media release. But each one of these movements will have a similar traffic pattern map with the detours and the closures associated. So like I said, this isn't a final version, but I'm trying to kind of walk you through step by step on how we're going to educate people along the way as we move into these big movements. And it will be an adjustment, we all understand, but it's certainly progress on the project. So here we're going to get into looking at the south approach, construction progress. Here in this photo, you can see 10 lanes of traffic, including the shared use path, a ramp, 3 main lanes, 3 additional main lanes, another ramp, and another of the 2 direct connectors. So this is a massive piece of infrastructure right here in itself, from the tie-in, abutment, and the embankment, which this will come off of 181, and I'm not sure where we're going to call 181 or 286 and what point that changes over, because it's all going to be one straight shot. Again, allowing for mobility and free from stopping at traffic lights. Each one of these spans that we'll get into erected on this south approach are 18 to 20 of the concrete segments that we cast out in Robstown. Including the approach and the main span segments, the 170-year mixed concrete, which is just the highest premium grade of concrete there is available. We have operations erecting these spans. I'll get into it in the next slide, utilizing the gantry crane and a false work erection method. Also noteworthy in this photo, you can see the salt flat channel, and like I said, these are recent photos, and this so far is handling this capacity of rain that we've had. This salt flat channel has been, the capacity has been expanded by 3 times. So again, you can also see there's actually 5 bridges in this picture. There's 2 arch drainage bridges, there's 2 direct connectors, there's the approach bridge, and the shared use path, 6 bridges. Next, getting into the erection of these spans. Like I said, we're utilizing the gantry crane and this false work erection method. Just last week, we finished erecting 12 spans of the 13 spans to be erected on false work on this project. And the reason false work is utilized on this particular span that you see on the right is because it's a very intricate merge of ramp segment onto a main lane segment. So the gantry is really great at erecting all the segments at a time, and then the false work is used to erect segment by segment. Here you can see that the gantry is in position to, once we finish the last false work span, which will be span 20S southbound, so that's 20 southbound, one of the main lane spans. Upon completion of that, in the next couple of weeks, we'll have erected 20 of the 56 approach spans. And that is part of the superstructure, the spans. The substructure, which includes the foundation, the footings, the columns, and these pier caps, about 80% of that substructure is complete for the south approach. The LGC, which I call is the launching gantry crane, just to give you an idea of the weight-bearing capacity for each one of these columns or row of columns that we refer to as a pier. This launching gantry crane weighs 1,800 tons, just to give you an idea of the weight-bearing capacity of each one of these spans. That's how massive and how much that gantry crane weighs. Another sort of bragging right we have on this project is that we have over 10 spans that are being erected at over 200 feet long each span. And one of those spans is 270 feet, which sets a world record, we believe, on the capacity and the longest span ever erected using a launching gantry crane. Also noteworthy is one of these pier caps that we built, which you can't really see in this picture, is known as a straddle cap, which connects a main lane and a ramp lane. So that pier cap, which was poured this spring, weighs 200 tons, or the equivalent of the Statue of Liberty. And then, of course, the spans are post-tensioned together, utilizing a high-strength steel tendons. So next, we'll jump across the ship channel and start looking at our North Roadworks. Once we finish all the traffic movements, like I said, this summer, and we need to focus all our energies right there to make sure all those events happen in sequence and in tandem. Then we're jumping over also this summer to resume working on the North Beach area roadworks. We've had ongoing work, again, pouring riprap and working on these frontage roads. As you know, maybe some of you who I reported to late 2020, we did open these new eastbound, westbound frontage roads to serve as detours along with all the work we're doing on North Beach. Like I said, when we get back over on North Beach, and by the way, these are the piles that are 125 feet long. There's 140 of these staged at North Beach to finish the footing foundations of the last remaining spans to be erected on North Beach. So these are for the foundation of the last spans, which will connect to 181. We're getting ready, like I said, to move over there this summer. We're going to be working on ground preparation in this area, which is the northernmost end of the North Approach, for that abutment wall and that embankment. And then we'll be doing some lane shifting and utilizing the frontage roads as we get into working on US 181 this summer. We did have a significant milestone last fall. I think some of you knew, but we did finish, erecting the spans with the launching gantry crane on the North Approach. The crane will not come back over to the North Approach. These last remaining 8 spans, like I just pointed out, will be erected using that false work method on that sort of heavy scaffolding. And then this will tie into US 181 right here. And this is just a great aerial photo. We use the same photographer as the city uses for our drone footage. We think Mike Wyatt does a great job. But you can really see how this is just, the grade of this is so much more gradual than the existing Harbor Bridge. See, I lost my place here. So we don't ever want to neglect our precast yard in Robstown, because that is where all the magic happens to create these spans. Another milestone in Robstown, we completed fabricating or constructing all of the approach spans for the north and south side of the project and all of the ramp segments, not spans, segments. as well. And right now, the precast yard they're transporting the remaining segments. Over 1,100 segments have been transported to the north and south approach. Each segment takes its own traffic control plan to move that segment by 18-wheeler and navigate weight issues with county roads and height clearance with overpasses. So it's no small task just to transport one segment. The precast yard is now sort of in an organizing mode. They are working on retrofitting the frames for getting back on constructing the main span segments. Again, all of the work done at our precast yard, including the delta frames, utilizes the 170-year mixed concrete. So I hope that you'll find this some good news. This is a significant photo, and I'll do my best to explain it. So this is the south pylon here. You can see the footings for what is called the backspan pier. Let me make sure I'm reading the right notes. This is the backspan pier, which is the pier that ties into the main span cable stays. We've already completed the backspan piers, also known as columns, on the north side of the project. So this is what that finished erected column looks like, and this ties in. This will be the tie-in point for the cables, the back side of the cable. So we are getting ready to resume construction on these piers for that backspan on the south approach within the next 2 weeks. So that's just getting back into working on the main span slowly but surely.
If I may interrupt, Lynn, that was one of my questions here. So when is that scheduled to be completed, the north and south sides of those approaches?
So I'm doing the best I can to give you good news. I'm not in a position to give you a timeline, and I was going to get into that to the later slides. Right now, the new engineer of record is finalizing their packages and submittals for final review and recertification. They're making great progress. As we heard last time, that was in August, late summer, early fall deadline for those submittals, and they're right on schedule with those submittals. So again, not able to announce a new timeline, but trying to offer some good news that I'll try to get into a little bit more on how we're getting back into the main span construction. Does that make sense?
Okay. Thank you.
So on that note, Mayor, I do kind of want to read a statement. I think now's a good opportunity to do it. Obviously, this has been on my mind for several weeks with a lot of media attention and rumors recirculating. I want to be clear that regarding statements that have come out in the media, these are baseless and unfounded rumors about these towers. The pylon towers are not sinking. FDLLC, Flatiron Dragados, would like to clarify and ease the public's concern. And we don't take their concern lightly, but again, we want to ease their concern. And the public needs to know that regarding the design of the main span, those rumors are false. There's not a sinking tower. We have substantial engineering calculations, survey data to support the structural integrity of everything that's been built. From our developer team to third-party subject matter experts, acclaimed engineers, and the independent owner verification and multi-layered analysis to very recent inspections. They all reflect that the pylon towers align with TxDOT's Austin Bridge Division standards for this project. So everything, like was stated previously by TxDOT, everything that's been built is safe, and we don't anticipate any major design changes. Throughout this program, you've probably seen me showing renderings of the bridge design that you all were first introduced to. With the new EOR coming in, they're certainly bringing in some of their own proprietary modifications. Nothing from the naked eye or from an untrained eye will be different from the design of the final main span that we've all grown accustomed to. I want to get into a little bit of, in addition to all this fun traffic, I do enjoy some community outreach events. It is nice to be back here in person today. I do hope that doesn't backfire on me too much with all your questions. I have enjoyed some public outreach along the way with events at public schools like Seashore Learning Center. I did a bridge demonstration and building day-long program for all their middle school and elementary school students. We support our faculty and students at Solomon Coles High School. We do teacher appreciation events. We did some personalized graduation gifts for their senior class that's getting ready to graduate. I have ongoing updates to stakeholders upon request. And I put all the effort possible into preparing each presentation to fit that group. I do the presentations. I work on the construction reports. I put the effort into it. I interview all the managers on our project. It takes a couple of days and several approvals to submit the the construction report that I submit to the city staff, filled with city engineers who also have our engineering packages in front of them to help translate that for you a little bit. I try to make it a little bit more reader-friendly and don't want to take for granted that this all makes a little bit more sense to me than it should to everybody else. To wrap up on a little bit of a positive note, of course, we have unfortunate delays, and now we're looking at, taking away some of the community joy of the lighting of the bridge. But I do want to reiterate that the new bridge lighting is iconic LED lighting. This image is just one example of the sustainable, energy-efficient lighting designed for the new Harbor Bridge. Its programmable LED fixtures will conserve energy and allow for infinite design possibilities. One bit of good news also that includes sort of our drainage, our recycling, our sustainability and environment. We did receive word just yesterday that, oh, and by the way, the lighting contractor is already procured for this lighting package when we finally get to the main span. One bit of good news we received yesterday is that we achieved the platinum level, which is the highest level on this INVEST program that we've participated in from the beginning of the project, and that stands for Infrastructure Voluntary Evaluation Sustainability Tool. And the goal of INVEST is to make our highways more sustainable than today's common practice dictates. INVEST is focused on and above and beyond sustainability efforts and aims to continually raise the bar in the field of transportation. It was developed by the FHWA. INVEST helps to make the nation's transportation systems more socially and environmentally sustainable. So with that, my office is available for any follow-up questions or emails. I understand we have some new council members that I didn't mean to skip past, Councilman Lerma and Pusley and Martinez. Some of the things I've brought to you before, but I'm trying to move ahead and look ahead of this project. So you can always reach out to me if you want to go over any previous slides that have been shown. We're thankful for, again, working with Manager Zanoni and his staff and Director Martinez and his staff. And with that, okay, I'll take your questions.
Councilman Pusley.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Lynn, and first off, Lynn, I want to say I appreciate your presentation. It's very informative, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot at all. But I had a couple of questions. One, when this is done, is there going to be a Buffalo Street exit coming into? So Buffalo Street exit is going to be eliminated?
Nick, I'm shaking my head, but I think you'll find the alternative access to the uptown area to be, equally friendly, if that makes sense. Can you hear me, Nick?
Yeah, man, I'm not sure that offhand. I just have to take a look at the map here to see what the new access, or if we're going to maintain current access of that.
I can follow up with you on that, the future mobility for the uptown area.
I've had many people who work in uptown Corpus Christi ask me that question, and so I'd like to have an answer on that if we could. And I want to go back, Lynn, to your comments about the structural integrity of the bridge. And again, as you stated, I'm new and I haven't heard the presentations prior, but we in the community have heard all kinds of things. The bridge is sinking, the tower is sinking. And so what you're telling us today is none of that is true. Then why have we had a major delay in the construction of this project? There has to be some reason why this has been put off for an extended period of time. And so I was wondering if anybody here with your group can answer that.
Hey, Lynn, this is Keith. I'll jump in.
Can you speak up a little bit, Keith, please?
Hey, Guys, this is Keith Armstrong. And Councilman, I certainly heard your question there. With that, I'm going to defer to our partners and teammates. Valente, can you kind of help us out on a response for that?
I absolutely will. Valente Olivares, Corpus Christi District Engineer, TxDOT. Thank you for the opportunity. To answer your question, Councilman, there is delays because we had design changes that were done as we were going along. So as the designer was submitting packages, like we talked about before, there's different layers of review that go on. So there was a time period in there where we did not accept a package that was sent to us. So discussions went back and forth. Time lasted in there, and then you had the engineering change. But whatever has been built has been accepted. So if it's built out there, it's been reviewed through its layers, as Lynn was talking about, as Flatiron Underground was talking about, and it's been accepted because it meets our standards.
Okay. Then why all of this discussion about the integrity of the bridge? Where did all of that start and come from?
In reference to what, the foundation, or what do you mean the integrity of the bridge?
Yeah, I mean, there's been all sorts of, I mean, the media has talked about it.
Is it because of the engineer of record that was removed because of what happened in Florida?
Well, maybe that was it. I don't know.
Yeah, to me, I think that's where the integrity issue has come up, because it was the same engineer of record that was the designer for the failure there in Florida as well.
The one that collapsed in Florida.
Okay. So either way, there's a process in place on this project to make sure that whatever's built has layers of review and it's approved prior to it getting built.
So the slowdown in this project is totally due to the fact that there were design changes in the bridge and how it was going to be built, or design changes in road directions, or that sort of thing?
I would say throughout the project, there are a number of issues that we're working on internally through our resolution process that contributes to the overall delay of the project. My focus on the answer was the foundation that you had brought up.
Right. Okay. Okay, so again, I'll ask.
Okay.
What seems to be causing the problem with the delays currently?
The delay is because we removed the engineer of record that was there previously.
Okay.
And we brought a new engineer of record on board that has a timeline, that has a schedule for submitting their packages for us to review, right? Because they're not using, we told them, come in and we want you to redo the design for the main spans, right? We wanted somebody else to come in here and redo the design. So we're reviewing those packages as they come in. They're not complete yet. They're actually scheduled to be done by the fall with the design packages. And it's good to hear that they're actually moving ahead forward with what's been approved to start construction now, rather than waiting to start construction on the main spans when everything is done, which is a good thing. But as far as a delay, that's the delay, right?
Okay, so they're completely redesigning the main spans
Yes,
of the bridge?
absolutely.
From scratch?
Correct.
Which is good.
Okay.
Well, when you say from scratch, we're trying to keep the same pretty much overall look of the bridge, because that's what we've been showing the public, that's what we showed the city. So they're keeping their design to fit the look, pretty much the look of the bridge. So there may be some changes in the design or some components of the bridge, and that's why I don't want to come out here and say, well, it's going to be so many more. There's a delay on the project, right? But I don't want to come out here and say, this is how much delay it is, or this is how many months, or whatever it is, until we get to a closer place in finishing these design packages. Because the last thing I want is I give you a date, and then Councilman Smith comes back to me and says, hey, you said this date. So, so just give us a little bit of time here till we feel more comfortable on what we put out.
Okay, so at some point here in the near future, you'll give the community some idea of a timeline of when they can expect completion of all this?
Correct.
Okay.
Of the submittal.
Okay.
No, of the project.
Of
right?
the project.
Yeah,
Did
as we
you-
get, the submittals are supposed to be done by the fall, by
Okay.
August, right? So as we start getting closer, so it may be August, it may be summertime where we come out and say, we're at a place now where we're more comfortable with construction beginning and any
Right.
changes that were done in design, what that's going to mean to the project. We feel more comfortable telling you, okay, this is how much it's moved.
Okay. And you don't have the answer to the Buffalo Street exit question?
I do not, no, sorry.
I'll find out, look at the design.
Councilman?
Yes.
We do have an answer. The frontage road in our permanent alignment, the frontage road will have exits to Buffalo Street.
The eastbound frontage road on I-37.
They will have an exit to Buffalo Street.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Wrong.
good. That's good news. Okay, that's all I had, Mayor. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
responses.
Thank you. And Valente, with that said, I guess
Yes.
it's, well, one of my questions is, do you have an anticipated timeline on, I mean, very rough, on when the old bridge would be torn down?
I do not, because that's.
It's related to-
It's related to completion of the new bridge, right? We
Right.
can't remove it until we get the completion of the new bridge done.
So
That's a
we-
slick way to ask the question
Right.
another.
I just have to, have to ask.
Yeah, believe me, I wish I can just come out here
Sure.
and tell you where we're at as far as what to expect, but I know how this goes. I don't want you to lose trust in me when I tell you a date.
Sure.
The next time I come up, if I have to change it.
And roughly how many people do we have working right now on the bridge? Do we know, Lynn?
Yes, so with just FDLLC, it's over 200 right now, and probably another 200 subcontractors. We are, like I said, in a position with additional subcontractors and staff available that we moved around to other projects, like I mentioned at the last presentation, to bring the key people back and their crews to jump on the main span. So we've been up to 800 people, and that's a significant economic impact, if I may add, to
Right.
this community, but we could easily be back up to that point by this time next year.
But we're at 200 roughly.
No, it's more like 250 of the FDLC side, and then probably another 200 subcontractors. So I'm going to go with over 400 right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions here. What are the approaches at the overpass going to look like? Are they going to be full of grass also?
I'm sorry?
The reason I'm asking is because TxDOT right now currently does a poor job of maintaining the grass at the approaches on the freeway right now, and we get the calls. So I didn't know if that was going to be addressed in this new design as part of this project.
So that is part of the developer's operation and maintenance. We do have an extended 25-year agreement to maintain the project right away, and that includes the embankment and the grass of the project, correct?
Okay, thank you. The other question I had is, there at the Leopard intersection, you have GNL Detail, and then you have Metro Ministries on the other side. If you're looking out of the front door of either one of those buildings, once the project is complete, are you going to be able to see across the street, or is that going to be cut off essentially from the other side of the street with the new project?
Certainly at Metro Ministries, because right at, I want to say it's Coke Street is where the Leopard Street Bridge comes back down to level up with the roadway. GNL Detail is going to be somewhat in the shadow of the Leopard Street Bridge.
Okay.
I mean, you can certainly look out and look across the street, but it's going to be somewhat in the shadow of the Leopard Street Bridge. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes, I believe you're right. Lynn, I'm just looking at a Google Earth overlay with the bridge just to confirm, but I think you're correct on that.
Okay. Was there any thought given to assisting that business once the project is complete, or even during construction of the project?
There was right-of-way opportunities and conversations on relocation along the way. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Lynn, do we have a current estimated cost of what this is looking like?
That's not something I can give you, Mayor. I'm sorry.
When can that be given?
What do you mean, as the project, Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, there will be some overruns, but we don't have all of that at this time, because this, as the changes in time or time added to the project, there's going to be some reconciling there on whether items that we keep, as far as maybe maintenance or some other items that we may be able to remove to save some money on. But because of the time delay, there will be additional dollars or cost to this project. We just don't have that number right now.
Understood. Councilman Smith?
Thank you, Mayor. And, thank you. It's a great presentation. I'm particularly happy to hear that we're on track for the engineering review. Maybe you said last time fall, and I'm hearing August now, so possibly August. So that's really great news that's not getting pushed on there. Lynn, in this last rain event, we know there's been flooding issues. You did mention how the drainage expanded both on the south side and the north side, the 4x6 boxes where we've got 24-inch culverts going in there. But my question is, when do you anticipate this underground work? You know, you come off now on Burleson, there's a pump there because pipes are not connected with it. So do you all have an idea when that underground is going to be complete on North Beach?
Typically, that all ties into the completion of the roadworks, Councilman.
Okay, and well, that when you say,
I will say that utilities will be finished before the roadworks, but there is significant amount of work left to be done, so it will be towards the end of the project.
okay, so the ties into the new drainage, the greatly expanded drainage, will be toward the end of the project.
Well, we are already tying into the ship channel, I'm sorry, the Rincon channel and the Salt Flat channel. Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, we already are utilizing the drainage of the canals. That's different than the sub-sea level of the wetlands of North Beach, where the existing and our new drainage work is going in.
And I guess it's the Burleson exit right now. You've got a pump there, and you have to fire that pump every time we have a rain. That's my biggest question, when you won't have to be pumping there and it just flow in its natural way.
I can assure you, my friends in operations and maintenance would like to know the same thing.
Okay.
They are very busy, particularly paying attention in that area. And if I may go back to comment on Mr. Billy's hurricane awareness plan, we have a very extensive meeting among ourselves, my managers, myself, and a very comprehensive hurricane plan in place where we work with all the local stakeholders. So it's a big part of our issues and our problems, and we do, like I said, what we can, and I take the concerns of the North Beach residents and the attractions very seriously. We certainly have supplied almost double the signage that was originally that we're contracted to supply, because we are trying to do our best to keep them happy with the, tourists finding that area and surviving the flooding waters. We're not in a position to go out and, redirect traffic on a one-way street to change direction in the middle of a storm. That's something would have to be coordinated with the city. But like I said, we are looking at our SWIP plan. Happy to work with the city to remove those storm covers if that helps any of the flooding or pooling. And all I can assure you is we're doing what we can to get by in this delayed timeline.
Okay, and I really appreciate your statement on the structural integrity of the bridge. Is something I think all of us hear quite often. This urban legend that really started toward the beginning of the project. They changed the piles from 8 foot to the bearing on the north side, and that's probably where this originated, and it has never died. I was answering that question a couple of weeks ago, so I think these statements, and I know, Vicente, you addressed that in our last meeting, that there's no bearing issue on those pylons on there.
Now, those piles are 10 feet wide, and they're more than 200 feet down into the earth.
Yeah, and you've tested and checked and tested and checked, and there's no issues. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And this, you had mentioned cost overruns, but I know you don't have a number, but there is concern of where that funding is going to come from. Obviously, we have other priorities within the community, like the regional parkway. Is this going to cut, what sources are these overrun funding going to come from? Is it going to be taken away from money that's part of the Coastal Bend's allotment, or is it going to come from somewhere else?
Yeah, I don't envision it coming out from this area, but that is a Texas Transportation Commission decision. So it'll be an overall budget for statewide that it's probably going to impact. So we don't have.
Can you keep us informed as to exactly where that funding is coming from? That way we understand, because like I said, there are other priorities here as listed by the MPO. And for me personally, the regional parkway is important. So,
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm one of the ones that's pushing to make sure we don't lose any money from this area, because I got 10 counties to take care of here as well. So,
okay. Well, thank you for that. Also, or there's some concerns about the traffic on North Beach as we go from 2 exits to 1. Are you participating in a traffic study, or are you conducting that in order to see how that all transpires, or what kind of exit is needed there?
Yeah, that was actually done prior to the design of the project. We had a traffic study or impact study to show one exit ramp at that location showing the average daily traffic. And I think what really needs to be looked at is the way we showed it originally is that traffic would exit if we're going northbound. Traffic would exit and take the turnaround and make it right back to Burleson. But there's been some changes there where I think we're directing traffic on Beach Street instead, so now you're crossing a few lanes. So I would ask that maybe staff look at that again to see if that's really what we want to do when this is opened up, or continue with using the turnaround where you don't have to cross lanes.
Ms. Martinez, is he still back there? Okay. If you can coordinate that, I know that's been a big concern for the individuals on North Beach.
Definitely, and during this last rain too, we're looking at all the traffic flow in that area, but we definitely will work with them to make sure that that happens.
Okay. Thank you. And on lastly, this is kind of unrelated, but it's part of Crosstown. There's a lot of dead foliage and things that need to be removed there. I was wondering if you had some timeline as to when you were going to do that.
So I'm going to take that message straight back to the office and get with our O&M crew. We have been, between the freeze event and the rain event and just the project-wide maintenance, been a little bit behind. But fair question, and I will find out. We're moving as quickly as we can, and I'll make sure that's a priority item.
Okay.
Councilman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. Councilman Lerman?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Richard, and I want to thank you, Lynn, that you guys are really concentrating on the flooding aspect. I get calls every single day if I get even a half an inch out there. You know, and Richard, you move swiftly, you know, and I appreciate you guys working, coordinating together on that. Especially this last rain that we had, it was just one of those things that, you know, you don't expect 4, 5, 6 inches of rain in such a short period or in a couple of days, you know. And that area is low, so I appreciate the effort that you guys put forth in trying to help with that flooding out there. My question is you made a comment on that you had to change the design of the main span. Apparently you approved everything else that had already been worked on. You certified it. But my question is, was there flaws in that design, or is just a better improvement of the design that you guys wanted to do the main span?
Yeah, so when you say the main span, we didn't change anything superstructure. Maybe the towers and foundation coming up, we had comments on the design, right? So we weren't accepting it until in our opinion, the comments were satisfied up to our specs and standards. So the engineers may have a different opinion, but it got built the way we felt comfortable as far as acceptance.
Okay, so there's basically no major flaws in the old design that was there. You just wanted to make a few upgrades to it, that kind of thing.
Again, there's a resolution internally that's occurring, dispute resolution. So I'll just tell you that we didn't accept it because we weren't comfortable with the design. We didn't think it was following our contract standards. So that's why we asked for the changes to be made. So for the public, really, what's built out there is what we feel is acceptable.
Good. I greatly appreciate the update. This is the first one I've had on the bridge, you know, and I appreciate it that I'd like to stay in the loop on that since it really affects a lot of North Beach, that type of thing. But I just want to say thank you for the update. Thank you for stopping the rumors about the possibility of towers that are sinking, that kind of thing, because that's real important to us, because we are the ones that do get the phone calls, and I'm sure Peter does too, you know.
I get a bunch of them.
You know, and I'm glad your name's added to it, Lynn. That makes me feel even better, so I'll toss them over to you next time they call me, you know. But I greatly appreciate that we were able to put that and nip it, you know, that the people need to be aware that this is a safe project, and it's going to move forward, and hopefully within 5 years, hopefully, I don't know. I'm going to put a date on it. Within 5 years, it's going to get done.
I think what I hope everybody remembers here is that these extensions of time that are occurring is because we want to make sure we get this right at the end. Right? We want to make sure we have a safe project. you may have difference in opinions in the engineers, but what's built out there, we need to make sure that it's safe. So that's our main goal here. Believe me, no one wants this project done faster than I do, but I want to make sure I have a safe one out there.
And that's greatly appreciated with the citizens of Corpus Christi and the surrounding area. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Valente. We appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate you all having.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask, do any councilmen have items to pull on the consent agenda? You have one?
Yes, number
Does
6.
anybody else have one? You do? You have 3? I mean, okay, so can we pass the consent and pull these and then come back? Can we do that?
Sure, if
I'd
you'd
like to do
Mayor.
that. So I'd like to skip over to item J, consent items, items 2 through 19. So we will pull items number 4, number 6, and number 15. Any other items, Councilman? No. Okay, great. So with that said, I am going to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items number 4, 6, and 15. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So we will pick up after lunch on items 4, 6, and 15. And we will break for lunch and executive session, so I need to find my verbiage.
Actually, I think the executive session was planned for the end of the meeting. Is
Oh,
that
was it
correct?
the
Or
end?
did you want to?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we're just going to take a lunch break.
Yes,
So recess for lunch only.
yes. Okay, great. So, all right, we'll be back from lunch in 30 minutes. Okay. It's on, Rebecca. Okay, great. So we will reconvene our meeting, and we are going to go back to item H, board and committee appointments. Can't see. Ms. Huerta, would you proceed on this section, please?
The first board for our consideration, for your consideration rather, is the Crime Control and Prevention District. So we have 2 vacancies on the board at this time. And each council member appoints a board member subject to confirmation by the full council. And staff recommends postponing Mr. Latimer's appointment for further recruitment at this time. So we're bringing forward Councilmember Hernandez's appointment at his request, and Mr. Hernandez is appointing Mike Markle.
Okay.
I hope there's no objections.
Right. Can we just
Yes.
move to
Yes, ma'am.
appoint?
So there's not even nominations. It would just be confirming his appointment, if that's okay.
Okay,
Yes.
well, I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Be careful.
What did you say? That's bad.
Hey,
Any,
just
any members of the public that oppose? Stand up. Okay, the motion carries.
and Mayor, may I say that I have the distinguished honor of having both a former sheriff and now a
That's
former
right.
chief of police as my appointee to
Yes, you may
the
have
Crime
a
Control Board.
distinguished
did.
moment. Yes, moving on. Okay, thank you very much. So we have one more, don't we?
Yes, ma'am. Just one more. It's Sister City Committee, and there's one
Sister-
vacancy.
Okay, do we have any nominations, Councilman?
Yes, I'd like to nominate William Crawley.
Okay. Any other nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Yan Yan He. Sounds international, so.
It sure does. Gil.
Here
Ms.
we-
Huerta, do we have recommendations from this board?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Okay.
Not formal ones.
Mr. Barrera?
Here we go again.
Uh-oh.
I'd like to nominate Sissy Whipple.
Okay, hold on just a second here. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on these.
Okay, do you want me to just go down the roll?
You can start with Councilman Barrera.
Okay, Councilmember Barrera.
Sissy Whipple.
Okay. Mr. Pesley? Crowley, okay. Mr. Martinez, I'm sorry, these bows.
I know.
I couldn't see. Mr. Martinez?
Crowley.
Okay.
Crowley.
Crowley.
Okay.
He.
Yes. Okay, so Crowley is appointed. Thank you very much,
Great.
Mayor and Council.
Yes, thank you. So now we will go ahead and we pulled consent items numbers 4, 6, and 15. So can we please have item number 4, which is let's see, ordinance amending Chapter 6 of the Code of Ordinances regarding animal care and control by adding and clarifying definitions, etc. Hello, Tracy.
Mayor and Council, I'm Tracy Cantu, Interim Director of Neighborhood Services. So we're bringing back the Animal Care Chapter 6 Ordinance Amendment before you with the suggested language changes and clarification for Sections 6-103, impoundment, and also Sections 6-163, feeding of animals. And some of the language that we improved upon that was the exemption language under impoundment, and how that plays out is that if an owner can provide sufficient information that the animal is a member of a breeding club, a show dog, at large due to a natural disaster, at large due to negligence of a third party, does not display an aggressive characteristics, or has a market value of a breeding animal. Also, some clarification of the denial of that exemption. that it can be first heard by the animal care services manager, who can allow the exemption or deny the exemption, and then therefore it would proceed to the Director of Neighborhood Services if written notice of the appeal is received within 10 days, 10 calendar days of the issuance of the denial. And then that determination of the Neighborhood Services Director of the appeal shall be final. So in addition to that, again, feeding of animals, some clarification on that is the person commits an offense if the person intentionally feeds an animal or makes food available for animal consumption in a manner that creates a danger to the public or destroys public or private property or causes more than 10 adult animals to congregate. So I believe that was the clarification language on both of those sections. I'll stand by for questions. We do have Gabe Ramirez with legal here as well to answer questions. I also have Joel Skidmore, program manager, to offer any additional explanation. And we also have members of our Animal Care Advisory Board as well in support of the ordinance today. I know that that was a question that the council had, and they are here to show their support.
Great, we love that. Thank you, ladies. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. First, I would like to, my thanks to the Animal Care Advisory Board on there for all the hard work and advice you all have done to us. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that and all the work you spend on it. One quick question, in the more rural areas like Flower Bluff and Cal Allen, could this language be construed on somebody that has horses or chickens, or is that excluded in that language? So there's some, it's not very often, but you have more than 10 head of cattle or 10 horses.
Right, I believe that is covered in other areas of the ordinance. Because of the acreage, you're allowed an additional amount of animals as far as fowl and chickens and so forth.
Okay.
Again, that's a different section, so that doesn't apply to this section.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Great, Councilman Martinez.
Thank you. I appreciate the hard work that you've done on this. I just wanted to make some statements just for the public, for the comfort as to why we made the changes that we did. You know, on the neutering, I think that it's important that if somebody has a reason that they don't want their animal neutered, this gives them an opportunity to be able to give that reason, and it's not automatic. Right, so that's why we changed that, because some people may have reasons for not wanting to get their pet spayed or neutered, and the way that we change it, it's not automatic. It gives some discretion to the board, and it also gives a way to appeal the decision. Also with the feeding, I think it's important that people understand that for the feeding, we don't want to punish people that are being kind and trying to care for a stray that they found or an animal in distress. That's not the purpose of this, and that's why we extended it to allow for situations like that, unless there's something that shows some kind of a danger, public health or public safety issue, and that's kind of why we did it. We also want people to understand, like we brought up earlier, and Mr. Lerma brought up, that if you put bird feeders in your backyard and you're feeding birds, that's not what this is about. That's not violating the ordinance even if more than 10 birds came and ate out of the feeder, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and I just want to put that out there so that if there ever is something that comes later, people can go back to this council meeting and say, well, council said that's not what this is for. We can have our bird feeders out here and that'll be okay. But if there is something where there are so many birds that it creates some kind of public health issue, then that is something that could be considered a violation, correct?
Right, absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. And we're also not talking about if kids are feeding seagulls on the beach, that necessarily wouldn't be a violation, or would it? Can you expound on that?
No, certainly, feeding seagulls on the beach, that's, a rite of passage of living in a coastal area. Everybody, this is something that we do as a pastime and something that we pass along to our children. But if you're feeding seagulls in a neighborhood and it's attracting, hundreds of seagulls, and they begin to defecate and make home in the neighborhood, and they're constantly, then you run into where you have a public health issue.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to address.
Right. And again, that goes specifically to public health and safety.
Yes.
Where the feeding of the animals creates a public health issue. That's the thing that we're trying to avoid.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Absolutely, I
thank
agree.
you. And I hope that the changes we made address much of what the public was concerned about before. I think that's what we tried to do. So I do thank you for the work that you've done. Thank you for working with us on the changes, and hopefully that takes care of a lot of the concerns that we had from the public.
Thank you, and I appreciate that clarification as
Yeah.
well.
And Councilman Martinez is being very humble, but I appreciate you advising on these changes because you saw that and said this could be an issue, and this is because you caught that. So I want to give you credit on that, and I really, really do appreciate that. And of course, the four ladies sitting here, it was mentioned earlier, but we've been working alongside each other since 2016, 17. And you guys have worked on these ordinances literally for years. So today is a big, big win for you. Thank you very much for the time you voluntarily put in, and you continue to, because we really do, we rely on the job that you do. And by the way, that said, I did bring this up, Mr. Zanoni, I'd like to make sure this was noted. The Corpus Christi Animal Advisory Committee has never been able, I don't know why, I really, doesn't even matter at this point, has never sent up a, quote, recommendation, as do other committees and boards. It is stated in their, I don't know, what is it, I don't know if they're bylaws, that they are to recommend. So I would like to see some recommendations from people who are giving of their time to give the council their thoughts on different issues. And no offense, Joel, you have done an amazing job. I'm very, very happy. I know our services are going in nothing but a positive direction. But in the last few years, that's never happened. And so again, why does it matter anymore? Let's just make sure that recommendations are sent up to us and we are able to see those.
Mayor, just hate to interrupt, but there is a process in the last board review we did in 2020. A process was created for boards and commissions, advisory committees to make recommendations to council. So we can, there's a process there, whether it's used or not, like you say. Maybe it's not being used, but there is a process outlined.
Yeah, there's always been,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
it's just never happened. And again, it doesn't matter why, I just want it to start happening. Thank you.
We got that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, I think, no, that was all my comment, but we have a few more comments. Do you have another one, Mr. Martinez? No? Okay. Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'd like to reiterate to the committee, the ladies sitting here, you guys have put countless hours of your own time and invested so much into this, and thank you for caring about your community and helping us with this. We couldn't do it without you. And to the city staff, you've been so diligent and patient, and I think the community, as far as this ordinance goes, it's going to be a game changer for the community. It really is. In District 2, we have a lot of stray animals or a lot of loose animals. And I think as we move forward with this, I think we're going to see a big improvement in that area. So I'm very happy with this ordinance. And I'd also like to thank my colleagues here on the council for being open-minded and making the recommendations and supporting this. So I'm looking forward to this. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley?
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. These are good changes. I think in the last meeting, I used the example of my very expensive hunting dog getting out and no fault of anybody's and not wanting that animal to be neutered just because the city decided to. So I think these are good changes. I appreciate your work on them. I'm a little concerned about the feeding of the animals where it says creates a danger to public health or safety. I don't know if that got into a courtroom, if a judge would say, well, how can you, maybe public nuisance ought to be included in there somewhere, but I think this is good for a start, and we'll see how it goes. I guess my biggest concern is with respect to, we made a lot of great changes to our animal control policy. My biggest concern now is, do we have the staff and department to handle overseeing all of these changes? So, and I had an example that came up here recently, and I think we all received an email or two about it, where I guess we only have one animal control person that's on duty after hours. And so if they get numerous calls, their ability to handle these situations gets to be a stretch, and then the police department ends up being involved in it, and I'm not sure whether they're supposed to be or enjoy being involved in animal control. So I guess my concern is how we address this going forward from a staffing standpoint of view.
Well, to address that initially, I mean, the changes help streamline the process. It does help our existing officers with their enforcement efforts. We, like any other department, we are always, wanting additional staff to address our issues, to be more efficient, be more effective, and we will continue to try to gain additional officers. A city of our size, we would like to see more officers out in the field.
And if I may, not to interrupt you, Tracy, you'll be seeing animal control, or care services, in discussion during our budget, because it is one department, Councilman, that your concerns are right on. And they do a great job. I mean, during the winter storm, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, they did.
What they took care of with
Absolutely.
what they have. But it's time that we not only look at this department holistically, but Mr. Zanoni is doing some analysis on wages, that we really need to get a lot of things in line for this to run more efficiently, because there is an imbalance. There's one. And so
Yeah,
we'll be
and I
looking
agree.
at that.
And the main thing is, the public needs to completely understand
Yes.
what the process is.
Mhm.
In other words, if I go out and I see an animal that's in distress or there's a problem, well, who do I call? Do I call animal care, or do I call the police department? I mean, the public needs to understand exactly what the process is, so that, we don't, you can draft all these up you want to, but if you can't follow through with
Yes, sir.
handling those issues, then it's just, you might as well throw them out the door.
And we are going to begin an extensive education campaign
Yes.
with the passage of the ordinance. It starts today. We're going to
Okay.
put our news release out. We're going to begin pushing information out over social media. We're also going to begin our outreach and community events once again. So today is the start of that education campaign. We will get the information out there and make ourselves available so that people can ask us questions and
And again, thank you for all you do. Y'all do a great job, and I know
Mm-hmm.
you're understaffed and under-budgeted and all that,
Gonna
but
fix that.
as we go forward, it'll be a challenge for this council and a responsibility for this council to come up with those directions and help the community understand how this process will work. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Tracy. Mr. Risley?
Mayor and members of City Council, the ordinance before you that comes up when you pull up the ordinance is the same ordinance that was presented last time. The amendments made by the City Council are in your Legistar agenda, but in a separate document. And so you have to amend them into the ordinance. It's because the ordinance that you have before you is the one that went through the Animal
Oh,
Care
right.
Committee. And you saw initially, we're not sure exactly what y'all wanted in some of these issues, so that's why we put it separately.
Sure.
And I can explain these exceptions specifically that go into, that I think that y'all want in the ordinance.
Okay.
So that document that you have before you titled Amendments Requested by City Council, you'd have to amend that 6-103 to incorporate that exception, the exemption made by the Animal Care Services Manager, that's 6-1032, or 6-103 F2, I should say. And F2 does two things that were designed to address your concerns.
indicate that, create that additional exception to provide for that the animal displays no characteristics indicating aggressiveness and has a potential market value as a breeding animal. So, and provides for that appeal process for the denial of the requested exemption. So if all you do is say the amendment requested by City Council that's before us for 6-103 F2 is amended to be incorporated in to the proposed changes, then you can incorporate that in, and then you'll need to vote on it. The second change is the following page of that, 6-163. And we tried to make that more clear by breaking it out and putting those into a list. 6-163A provides that a person commits an offense if the person intentionally, and we narrowed the intent down to intentionally to address the concerns of council from last time. If a person commits an offense, if the person intentionally feeds any animal or makes food available for animal consumption in a manner that creates a danger to public health or safety, destroys public or private property, or causes more than 10 animals to congregate. If you want to put the, in a manner that causes a public nuisance as requested by Councilman Pusley into the exception, the provision under number 1, you can do so by amendment. And if you want to make absolutely sure that nobody gets prosecuted for the seagulls or the animals that they're feeding, you can eliminate section 3 if you wish.
And if I may, the reason that we removed public nuisance from the, because it was in here originally, public nuisance, the reason that we removed it is because public nuisance has a very specific definition in the statute.
Right.
So, you know, when we think of a nuisance, we think of something that's bothersome or something that, you know, something different than how it's defined in the statute. And that's why public nuisance wasn't used in this particular provision.
And can I, what was that? Well, the 10 or more, I mean, I would like to know why, I think I know, but why that is important and why we should keep that in versus, I mean, this would be to Joel or Tracy.
Again, the large number of animals, and for an example, we've had congregation of raccoons.
Right.
Raccoons carry disease. That's what we're trying to eliminate, is that danger to public health, the destruction to private property or public property. And so when you get animals in those numbers, that's where you get into that realm of you know, public health issues and public property destruction.
And you're also allowed to own up to 6 pets, so, you know, it had to be something more than 6.
Yeah, I think 10, yeah, I think 10's good. I think 10 helps the ordinance.
Yes.
The number in there helps, it strengthens the ordinance. The last thing we want is something that's not gonna hold water.
The reason and I know public nuisance has a definite definition. I just wonder if this number 6A1, where it creates a danger to public health, do we know that 100 seagulls defecating on your roof is a public health issue?
That gets more into the destruction of private property. If you've got that a continual you know, activity going on, that's where we get into either one of those realms. It can create a public health nuisance if they're defecating not just on your roofs, but on your property, all around, you know, private land. That's where you have that consideration.
Okay.
I'll give it on if there's anything further.
Well, that's okay. I'm good. You know, I'm willing to let this ride and see how it works out, and see. But I'm concerned about us being challenged over the verbiage of this. But we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Okay, do we have any other, Mr. Martinez, are you on? No, Mr. Risley?
No, yeah, I was emphasizing that if you want these amendments in there, you have to amend the ordinance to put those
So the
amendments in.
motion is to amend the ordinance. Okay, so I will entertain a motion to approve and amend and approve.
Well, we're going to do the amendment first, motion to amend the section, and then we'll approve it as amended. So it's 2 separate votes.
So, right, I'll entertain a motion to amend.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So moved.
okay.
Second.
Okay, so, any discussion? All in fa, yes, sir? No. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion passes.
Okay.
So now I'll entertain a motion to approve as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion passes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, ladies. Okay, item number 6. Oh, we're breaking the rules. Y'all can't clap. I forgot. Forgot about that. It's been a long day. Okay, item number 6 is a zoning case number 0121-01, Brazelton Development Company, LTD. Ordinance rezoning property at or near 7601 Yorktown Boulevard. Ms. Nina?
Nina Nixon Mendez, Assistant Director, Development Services. Okay.
All right, Mayor, this is the one I asked to pull off, and this kind of goes to what we had talked about last week. Specifically, there was 2 items that we talked about, and that was the sidewalks and the angle of the driveway. We'll leave the sidewalk discussion for another day, but I still want to make an amendment to the PUD to read, the planned unit development must adhere to the requirements of Section 7.1.11 of the Unified Development Code and the design standards / specification for driveways as adopted by the city. And that specific language is driveways approaches shall be constructed in accordance with the standard specifications and the standard details developed by the city engineer. Such specifications and details are available at the office of the city engineer. And the document associated with it is attached and provided to the city secretary. And it just shows kind of the documentation that requires basically 10% per foot, which is 0.1 foot requirement that basically adheres to ADA standards. So the reason I bring this up and the reason why I ask this amendment be approved to the PUD is for some issues, especially since we're going from a 50-foot right-of-way to a 35-foot right-of-way, especially on the side that's not going to have the sidewalk, there's only going to be 20 feet of setback. So because of our FEMA standards in terms of elevating the houses of an additional foot, you have a higher angle. So I want to make sure that we don't have those issues. We've had it at some other locations recently, and we want to make sure that this is done correctly and that even our staff looks at it specifically. So that's why I want to make sure this is on there. So I make that motion.
Okay, I think we have some comments. Councilman Hunter? No?
Thank
Cal-
you, Mayor.
Oh, yes, yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to ask, by adding these adjustments or this amendment, what would the cost increase be? I was wondering, and
Well,
To the
really,
development?
what's,
If I may, Councilman, the 10% slope is currently in our driveway standards today. So those are our standards.
okay, so
So-
what he's asking to amend is already in here, so why are we
Yes.
amending it then?
I think the councilman just wants to reiterate that standard.
Okay.
Let me answer that question. Our staff missed that inspection in some houses, and we have some angles that are higher than that. So it's just as much for our staff as it is for the developer.
Okay, thank you, Councilman.
Well, and I think that's very much worth noting, because that's, a huge imposition for someone who is elderly or disabled, as you mentioned last week. So can we address that and make sure, that that's not going to happen?
Yes, we do go out and inspect the driveways with our building permitting inspections, and so we'll ensure that those standards are met.
Okay, hold on a second here. Let me make a correction there. I was told specifically that they were not inspected because they didn't do it for residential homes. They did it for commercial driveways, but not for residential. So, an ADA applies more for commercial, but I think it still needs to adhere to our city standards
Right.
and ADA requirements. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Pusley?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Yeah, I had also asked that this be pulled, and Primarily, and I appreciate the discussion about the driveway, but primarily, I wanted to pull this because after our last meeting, I had a long and fruitful discussion with Mr. Brazelton about this whole design of this subdivision and the concerns that I shared at the last council meeting. And, you know, for me, predominantly, it was the sidewalk issue of not having sidewalks on one side of the street. And that predominantly comes from my personal experience of, you know, the last 2 years of my father's life, he was unable to walk, and I had to push him everywhere in a wheelchair. So I became very sensitive about ADA requirements and the ability for people to be able to have easy access when they are handicapped or disabled. And I think this city has to keep that in mind whenever we're looking at this. And Mr. Urban rightfully brought to our attention that our city ordinances now allow for this type of development. But I think on a go-forward basis, and I had this discussion with Mr. Brazelton, we as a city need to look and make sure we're doing the right thing. Because if somebody's living in one of these homes and they, by no fault of their own, become disabled, or they have a child that becomes disabled, then they are the ones who have to contend with the fact that they don't have sidewalk access in front of their homes. So I think this is something the city needs to be sensitive about and make sure that we understand what we're doing. And we certainly don't want a higher level governmental entity coming in here as they did with the county and telling us that we're wrong. So I just think that this is something in the future we need to examine and make sure we're doing correctly. So that was my only comment, but I want to sincerely thank Mr. Brazelton for his understanding and comments and the very fruitful discussion we had about this. Thank you very much, Bart.
Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to second the motion on the floor.
Second the motion. Okay, great. We have a motion and a second. Any other further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance
as
and
amended.
PUD as amended.
So on second reading as amended, that's right.
We have a motion and a second. Councilman Lerma seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So item number 15. This is a motion authorizing the lease purchase via J.P. Morgan of 4 right-hand drive Jeep Wranglers from Cowboy Motor Company, DBA Moore Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Silsbee, Texas.
Is that 15?
Good afternoon. I'm Philip Aldridge, Assistant Director of Solid Waste. You're probably more accustomed to seeing David Layfeld, but I'll do my best to fill in his absence.
Great. Thank you.
And
Who
Mayor,
pulled-
I had asked
Okay.
for this to be pulled. So I guess my question is, what is the intent of enforcement and education? I need to know a little bit more about that. Is the ultimate goal here, we're going to start going out and submitting fines to people because they didn't put the right thing in their recycle bin?
No, so it's going to be contamination lowering education and inspection program. So we went out and we surveyed, multiple sister cities throughout the state, look for industry standard best practices, and we really want to model our program off of Austin and San Antonio. But there's different levels. So I guess the idea is to educate everyone. Our current contamination rate's about 40%. That's quite high. We really like to drive it down to 20% would be the goal.
Explain what you mean by contamination rate.
So when people utilize their recycle cart, overall, when we do an audit, 40% of that is garbage that should be in their trash can.
Right.
So we go through all the expense of picking it up with the recycle trucks. We take it to the MRF sorts it. We get charged that full rate for them sorting essentially garbage. Then they put it back in a dumpster and they haul it back over to the landfill. So we would like to go to the point source, the resident, and start an education program to bring that down and really save the city a lot of money.
Okay. So why do we need Jeeps to educate people?
So if you can picture, so a recycle route, that driver, there's 90,000, give or take, customers, accounts in the city. So that driver goes out and he makes 500 to 600 pickups a day. So the Jeeps will be utilized, right-hand drive, so the inspector can drive and they can inspect those cans in a quick and efficient manner, get down the road, they can tag them, and they can then call for those cans to be serviced. If they're excessively contaminated, they can be serviced by a normal garbage truck.
Okay. I guess I'm just not convinced this is, if we want to educate people about what they do or don't put in their recycle bin, we could do a mail out a whole lot cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, this just seems like we're headed toward, at some point, we're going to start issuing citations to residential customers. And when we get to that point, I'm going to hand you my recycle bin back.
So
And
we
I'm
haven't
not
gotten
gonna-
to that
I'm not
point
gonna have one. So,
yet.
and
for
I'm
you-
using that as an
yeah.
example, but I'm serious at the same time.
Fair enough. So I do believe David Layfelt, the director, has met with a few of the council members individually to kind of lay out the idea, the framework for a plan, to gauge the council's, what they would like to see. So we haven't codified a plan yet. So we really would like y'all's input in there's different steps, and we can just do, warnings. It could be warnings and a service fee. It could be warnings
Can I,
at multiple levels.
Yeah. Councilman Pusley, the fine is like the last point of behavior correction. It's not something we're going to do. We're probably a year. We have to educate the community extensively, and a mail out would work, but it has to be constant, and it has to be numerous points of education. Products are changing constantly at the store, so something new you buy today wasn't on the shelf yesterday. The packaging, is it recyclable or not, is just one example of why constant communication is critical. So, but the fine part was picked up by the Collar Times recently, but that's that's not something we're interested in doing at this point. We have to really educate. Our education program, it has to be much more robust, but we also have to do numerous points of identification of the contamination. So these right-hand drive Jeeps are safe. The driver doesn't have to get out and walk around. Sometimes people, when you open the lid in the cart, they think they're recycling right. And so until we look and see, oh, wow, they have this in there, they might not know it's not recyclable. Until we can tell them through that method, through mail-outs, through TV, radio ads, through educating children in classrooms, it's numerous, and there's numerous methods. So this one is used in the industry. It just helps us identify at the source. And then, as Philip said, if the cart's heavily contaminated, we tag it. Right now, we spend $500,000 a year to take garbage out of the recycling process, which is not a good use of anybody's money in the community. So the more we can get those carts out of the recycling truck, the better. So in part, it's to look in the cart and see what is in there. But secondly, it's to remove that cart before it gets into the recycle hopper, and then it gets to the recycling plant, and then we pay $500,000 to take it to the landfill.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
No, and I understand that. One of the very first meetings I was here, there was a whole presentation about how we were revamping our whole recycling program to try to make it more profitable. I mean, I've always been kind of skeptical about whether or not these recycling plans actually ever do save you any money. And I have a real problem if we're going to get to the point where we have to start. I mean, I've never understood why we don't recycle glass. And,
Right. Well, for glass, we're beholden to the industry, so the recyclers don't recycle glass. It's too cost prohibitive.
Yeah.
You can use it for various things, but I think most cities in the country dispose of it unless you have the bottle return, like in the Northeast. You pay a deposit and you bring the bottle back.
There's nowhere to sell it.
But across the country, Councilman, this is something this is a policy issue for the council and the community. Many cities across the country, including we're close if we're not there already, pay to recycle. It's a community choice. It's something that the community wants to do. In the Northwest, they've been doing it for years, where they pay. It's more expensive to recycle than to landfill, but it comes down to the community. Do they want to be stewards of the environment? Do they want sustainability for their children and grandchildren? So at this point, it's, the industry's getting to that point.
Yeah.
I hear all those reasons, but I'm not necessarily, I'm sure I ever agree with things they do in the Northwest, but anyway,
Northeast.
but I just have some reservations about the expense we're going to here to look inside of garbage cans to see that we're putting the right stuff in them. I just can't support that. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I met with David and Neiman on this specifically because I thought that it was a little, and I pictured, somebody put some recyclables in a HEB bag and threw it in their bin, and they were going to get hammered because they threw a plastic bag in there. But I think the concern here was with egregious violations, like filling the entire blue bin with yard clippings. So I'm guessing that's what you're looking for. I hope you're not going to be fining people for having one plastic bag holding soda cans.
No,
something like that. So I'm being facetious here.
I know.
Okay. So to that extent is what I understand this to be. If it doesn't turn out that to be, then you're going to get a lot of angry council members calling you, because we're going to get a lot of angry calls to us as well.
Sure.
So I want to make sure that you understand that this is for the egregious things, where, you have somebody dumping batteries or oil or used tires or something like that in these bins, not, a plastic bag or two, or maybe a milk carton.
Correct.
So I understand those can be easily dealt with. It's when you have the other contamination that's the problem. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt from my perspective as a councilman, but I want to make sure that it is just for the egregious violations, not the, occasional plastic bag.
Oh, definitely. For everybody that does it perfect, somebody else is 90%, contamination rate in their can. So that's what we're targeting, is the
Okay.
egregious.
Yes. Thank you.
As long as we're clear. Thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, no, I think that this is an important thing, and I think that the way you're doing it is the right way. The folks that, like Gil said, accidentally put in something that isn't supposed to be. I mean, that's what the education part is about, right? That's why it's the first phase. If somebody accidentally puts a bag full of garbage in the recycle inadvertently, I mean, that happens sometimes. There's a warning. But when somebody uses their recycle bin as another trash can, and after you warn them and tell them don't do it anymore and they continue to do it, that's when we start looking at getting to the phase of fines and things like that. Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, our goal isn't to fine people. It's like you said, to educate them, to get them to comply through education. And there are going to be mistakes that are made. I mean, there's so many things that are recyclable, or things that we think are recyclable but aren't. But that's where the education part comes in, right?
Correct.
And I think that for me, that's the recycle. Some people don't think that it works or that it's important. I personally do. I think that it is something that we should be doing. And if we're going to do it, we need to do it right. 40% contamination, I mean, it's not working. It's not working the way that it's being done. So I think we do need the people making sure that there's compliance. And it's not complying so that we can fine them. It's complying so that we can educate them. And I think that it is going to work to get that rate much lower. So it is something that I'm in favor of. And I hope that we can get it done and see a difference.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. And also, I'd like to point out that the overage in what we're collecting that doesn't belong in recycle goes to the landfill. So it's taking up space no, wait, is that the right way to say that? Recycled materials that would not need to go to the landfill that are going is taking up landfill space, which costs.
Well, we're double, triple handling.
Exactly.
It could just go straight to the landfill,
Right.
but instead it's making a long trip.
Right, and back to the education part of this, Peter, I think I'd asked a while back, I think it would be very, very good for us to be sent some points on why this is not a return for investment. Just like a lot of things we do with our Parks and Recreations Department, that you don't get a return on investment on that monetarily, but you get it in quality of life. Well, here, you're getting it in, environmentally and other ways. I mean, there are other ways that this is advantageous, but I think that one of our biggest one would be the waste sent to the landfills. I thought I was going to say one other thing, maybe not. Okay, it escapes me. Either way, I think we're moving forward, and the education on this is the most important. I know what it was. So, just for confirmation, the little triangle, it's numbers 1 through 5 that go recycle, correct?
Correct.
So all you have to do, rinse it out. I rinse all my recycles out. If it has a numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, it's a recyclable product. And pizza boxes do not get recycled because they have grease.
Correct.
Or styrofoam,
Or
good
styrofoam.
Lord, no. And plastic bags, no.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much
You're
for your
welcome.
presentation. Okay. Any other, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question. Your vehicles are going to drive throughout the city on regular recycle routes and open the recycle cans to look through people's recyclable material, correct?
Exactly.
Let's say people had private information on a piece of paper that they wanted recycled, and that information is then put out onto the street. Does that mean it becomes public, or is it still their private information? Public. Okay.
Yeah.
Put confidential information. Once you put your garbage out.
We can't.
There are some prohibitions.
Mouse, your microphone.
There are prohibitions in the city code for digging in other people's refuse.
That's actually really what I'm getting at. So we would be,
But those really don't, I mean, if you're putting confidential information out, you're exposing it to the world.
yeah, but people will cut their confidential information through all kinds of different methods of ripping it to shreds, et cetera, or cutting it in half with scissors to make it, let's say, an expired driver's license. That makes it not usable / So I just want to make sure we're not going to be in trouble for.
I think what you're saying is it might be safer if it's kept inside a bag somewhere so that it's not visible. And once you put something inside the bag, then it's against the rules of recycling.
I don't care how we do it. I just want to make sure we're doing it the right way. That's all.
Okay, great. We have a comment? Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to say for the record that, and this goes back to my inherent distrust of government, and that is 2 or 3 years from now, some future council is going to dictate that we start fining people for everything that they put in their recycle bin that's incorrect. And at the point you do that, me and a bunch of other people out there are going to hand you your recycle bin back, and then you will have defeated your purpose to begin with. So I just want to go on record and say that, because I think that's the wrong way to head.
Okay, so I would like to entertain a motion to approve item number 15.
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second? Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, so we are going to go to Section K, legislative update. Do we have an update, Mr. Zimmerman?
Yes, Tammy should be on the line. Tammy?
am.
Yep, great. Thank you, Tammy.
Okay.
She's available now?
Hi. Good afternoon. We are 6 days left into the sine die of the 87th legislative regular session. Before I jump into the nitty gritty of the, big bills that are left and what's going on today and tomorrow, et cetera, I just kind of want to take a chance and remind you, I think y'all probably all, I think it went to the citywide distribution, so y'all probably received an email yesterday from the IT department reminding everyone about the importance of and requirements that we have to meet cybersecurity training. And we talk a lot about bill numbers and subjects and all of that type of stuff during session, and sometimes we forget that those bills have long-ranging impacts on our operations and how we do business. But that actually is an example of a bill that was passed last session. And the reason that IT department is doing such a great job on following up and making sure that this happens and is done properly, which they're doing a fantastic job at, is because we actually stand to lose grant money if eligibility to lose certain types of grant money if we don't comply. So that is kind of a perfect example of why we spend the time and resources to be up here and be engaged in the legislative council or the legislative session every 2 years, and the reasons why it's important to make sure the right things happen in legislation. But back to the legislative update at hand, where we're at this week. Today is the last day for the House to consider Senate bills on second reading. Each bill has to go through 3 readings in the House, and so tomorrow will be the absolute last day of Senate bill consideration. Tomorrow is also the last day to consider bills on the local and consent calendar in the House. And in the Senate, tomorrow is the last day for Senate to consider all House bills. So this is yet another one of those deadlines that we're going to hit where a lot of bills that are close to the finish line don't actually make it over. You know, today the House is actually moving at a pretty slow pace. They've got a 12-page calendar. They started at 10 o'clock this morning. It's 3:15, and they're only at the top of page 2. So after today and tomorrow, where they're still considering bills, the rest of the time until Monday, which is sine die, is for conference committees to meet and the passing of conference committee reports. And as I mentioned, we have 6 days left in the legislative session. Big topic still unfinished. One that I did not put on here is the budget, and that should have been on your list. But the conference committee has met. The conference committee report is ready. The Senate laid out the conference committee on the budget this morning, filed the conference in the Senate. It has to be on file for 48 hours before the Senate can take that up. The House has not laid out the conference report yet, but we expect that to happen later today or tomorrow to allow that to the 48-hour layout in the House. And we obviously can't leave, or the legislature cannot leave until they pass the budget. So that will get done. There has been a lot of discussion over the last week over one particular provision, and that has held up the conference report, because the House added an amendment to the budget that would have allowed, that would have automatically called the legislature back into a special session to decide the appropriation of any federal COVID relief money or other federal support money that comes in an interim. And that amendment was passed unanimously by the House, and it was stripped out in conference, which drew some drama last week, and has been a continued point of discussion between the House and the Senate and the governor's office. And they came, I believe, to a compromise on some language that will give the House the peace of mind they need to know that they will have a place in that process, and that will be an issue added to the call for the special session that will happen this fall for redistricting. So you will, we know for sure you will have redistricting, and now we know for sure you will have federal COVID relief money allocation as a part of that call. The city advocacy censorship bill, or the no taxpayer funded lobbying bill, I emailed you all yesterday letting you know that it was set to be heard on the House calendar. It has been postponed 3 times so far, so it has not been heard on the floor. And the reason is the Speaker and Chairman Patty are still working with Representative Middleton from Galveston to try to persuade him not to offer any of the amendments that he has filed. He has filed 4 amendments on that bill that would essentially take it back to the originally filed bill in the House which was he was the author of. He does not like the compromise, and so the leadership has been working with him. But the word that we are hearing is that unless an agreement is reached on that point, Senate Bill 10 may not be heard in the House today, and that would essentially seal the fate. It would die, and we believe it would come back in a special session in the fall if it doesn't make it in the regular. The next item that I wanted to talk to you about was also on email to you yesterday, the HB 1900, which is the House version of the defund police bill, which was the governor's priority emergency item at the beginning of the session. This bill applies to cities over 250,000 in population. We still have significant concerns in this bill and how it could be implemented, because it really leaves the decision in the hand of the governor's staff in the criminal justice division to determine if a city has defunded their police. What we were able to accomplish on this bill is we worked very closely with Senator Hinojosa late last week and through the weekend to secure 2 amendments. One would prohibit the governor's office from including crime control and prevention district funding in that calculation. And the reason why legal felt it was very important that we seek that amendment is because our crime control district funding is based on sales tax. And so that is a fund that is subject to the ebbs and flows of the economy. And it is something that is beyond our control. So we do not make the decision on how to generate more or less in that fund. So, and the governor's office and Senator Huffman's staff understood that and recognized that that was a factor beyond our control, whether or not the sales tax went up or down, or if the voters would choose not to renew it at some point in the future. So we were able to get that amendment that passed on the Senate floor yesterday. And the second amendment that we added, were able to get added to that bill is in the annexation section. There is a section that if you are determined to be a defunding local government, you cannot annex. And in fact, you are required to hold disannexation elections in the areas that you have annexed in the last 30 years. So one of the concerns with the prohibition on annexation is the ability to renew and enforce our industrial district agreements. And so we worked with legal to, and the Senator Hinojosa staff, and they were working with the governor's office and Senator Huffman to find language that would exempt currently in place industrial district agreements from the provisions of that bill. So that is an amendment that actually protects revenue for the city. So we were very happy to be able to get that amendment into the bill. HB 1900 passed the Senate yesterday. It will now go to the House to either concur with the amendments that were added in the Senate, or they will form a conference committee and work out the final deal. But as I did mention, the governor's office was involved in the negotiation over the amendment language that we were a part of. So we believe there's a good chance that the House will concur. But if it does go to conference, we will remain engaged in the process and engaged with Senator Hinojosa's office, who's the vice chair of the Senate Jurisprudence Committee, so likely would be named as a conferee to that bill. HB 1869 is the debt restriction bill that we discussed at length last week. It went to Senate committee last week, and they stripped out the House amendments that carved out various counties around the state, of which we were one of the beneficiaries. But they did not take it completely back to the as-filed version, and they did retain the substantive amendments that were added on the House floor that takes care of most, probably 90% of our concerns with that bill. So really and truly, it really still leaves most of the debt that we would issue in the debt side of the ratio. one of the biggest restrictions that you could not do with CO debt now is to, say, build a new city hall or a new county courthouse, which is actually what the original intent of the bill was to address, because the author of the bill had a county in his district that built a courthouse on COs. And when asked why they did it on COs instead of taking it to the voters, they said the voter would never approve it. And it's a very conservative member from West Texas, and he just didn't he was not pleased with that answer. So that was the motivation behind this bill. SB 3, which is one of the omnibus bills in response to Winter Storm Uri, passed the House yesterday. As we mentioned last week, we were working on some water provisions that had been added to that bill. Those have now been fixed, and the water utilities around the state, including ours, are okay with the language that's in the bill. And that passed the House yesterday, and will go to conference with the Senate, and so we'll be watching that over the weekend, but I don't anticipate any complications for that getting done, obviously being one of the biggest priorities of this session from House, Senate, and the governor's office, and all of Texans across the state, was to get some new policies in place that will help to ensure winterization of the electric system, and also looking quite a few studies in there that will also look back at the storm and make sure if there's any additional policies that need to be passed in the future, that those will be what I refer to as interim studies over the next year and a half before we come back in 2023 for session. And with that, I will open the floor to questions.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you, Tammy, and golly, 6 days left. Thanks for all your work you're doing there. There was a couple of bills that affected beaches on there. Do you know the status of those?
Yes, we have actually worked the HB 3807 from Representative Hunter, and it makes some changes to requirements for lifeguards around jetties and piers and other structures that protrude into the Gulf. And we've had a lot of conversations with him. This was carried on behalf of Ms. Dennison at the Jasani Smith Foundation, and we were able to work on that bill, and are pleased with the bill that is moving through the House and Senate, and it has passed the House. It has passed the Senate committee, and it is on the Senate intent calendar. So that should pass today or tomorrow in the House. There was also a bill from Representative Hunter that would designate April as Beach Safety Month, and that is on the Senate local calendar for tomorrow, I believe.
Well, and there was a bill regarding the vegetation line, declaring the vegetation line. I believe Representative Middleton filed that.
He did, and I am pretty sure, I believe that was 4172. I would have to go back and look for sure, but I'm almost positive that that bill is dead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all you're doing up there, Tammy.
You're welcome.
I think that's all the comments. Tammy, thank you very much. Hang in there 6 more days.
We'll be done after this week, and we'll all be thankful for that, and then anticipating and waiting for what they add to the call in the fall for the redistricting session. You'll have a great week.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on to section M, public hearings, items 20 and 21. Item 20 is zoning case number 032-04, ERF Real Estate, Inc.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Ina Nixon Mendez, Development Services. This is a request to grant a time extension of 24 months for an existing special permit. The purpose is to allow for future commercial development at 4130 South Alameda Street. The applicant is ERF Real Estate Incorporated. The special permit was originally approved in 2019 by the City Council as part of the larger zoning case shown in blue, which was bound by South Alameda, Everhart Road, and Mount Carmel Parkway. The property on the screen is the only portion to which the request for a time extension is applied. This was zoned RM1 with a special permit and consists of 1.09 acres. The uses allowed by the special permit are those uses under the base zoning, RM1, which are multifamily, up to 22 dwelling units per acre, townhomes and two-family, medical facilities except for emergency centers, hospitals, and blood donation centers, restaurants, but no drive-through, and retail sales with no convenience goods. The operations were limited from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. 35 public notices were mailed. 1 was received in favor and 3 in opposition. Planning Commission met on March 17th, and the unanimous recommendation is approval of the extension of the period of 24 months. I stand by for questions.
Councilman Smith? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought, no, do we have any questions, Councilman? No, we do not.
Second.
Great. Any
Public hearing,
discussion?
I'm sorry, it's a public
Oh, we
hearing.
have a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing on item number 20, ordinance for zoning case 0321-04 ERF Real Estate. And is the applicant present? No?
Not online either, it looks like, okay.
Okay. And we have no questions. Any written public comment, Ms. Woodruff?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay, great. So we will, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And we have a motion. Did we have a second?
Yes.
Yes, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 21, zoning case number 0321-01, McJays and Associates LLC.
The case before you is to rezone a property from the RS6IO Single Family 6 District with the island overlay to the RMATIO PUD Multifamily AT District with the island overlay and a planned unit development. The purpose is to construct a 13-unit single-family townhome development at 14493 Running Light Drive. The applicant is McJays and Associates LLC. The property is located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Running Light Drive and Leeward Drive. The property has approximately 250 feet of street frontage along Leeward Drive, which is designated as C1 minor collector, and 100 feet street frontage along Running Light Drive. To the north are vacant properties zoned RMATIO, Multifamily AT District with the island overlay. To the south and east are townhome developments zoned RMATIO, Multifamily AT District with the island overlay. To the west are vacant properties zoned RS6IO, Single Family 6 District with the island overlay, and RMATIO, Multifamily AT District with the island overlay. The property is 0.66 acres in size and is platted. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the neighboring properties and with the general character of the surrounding area, which is designated in the future land use map as mixed use. The rezoning does not have a negative impact upon the surrounding neighborhood. Surrounding properties have been rezoned over the past decades, indicating a pattern towards higher density residential townhome and condominium development. 33 public notices were mailed, 1 in opposition, 0 in favor. I stand by for questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, Nina, just for the benefit of some of the new council members, can you describe what island overlay means?
Yes, the island overlay is a special overlay district that provides specific standards related to the island. Primarily, this is in the form of signage and building compatibility.
Okay. I noticed there weren't any sidewalks. Is that included in the island overlay?
The sidewalks we have, they're actually part of our city standards, but in the conditions, we have requested sidewalks along both street frontages.
Okay, maybe I didn't.
Along Running Light and Leeward Drive. So those are stipulated in the provisions of the PUD.
Maybe it's just not in the drawing.
Okay. So this slide does show some of the conditions that have been stipulated. That includes the pedestrian access. And then also we are additionally stipulating parking lot screening as well. Also in your presentation is a master site plan of the development, and you can see that the on-street parking would accommodate the guest parking requirements,
It doesn't say sidewalk.
and the on-site parking would accommodate the 13 lots that are being proposed. And these are, again, individual townhome lots.
Okay, I think the confusion was is it doesn't say sidewalk in that area. I'm assuming it's the section between where it's the colored area and where it's a street area, but it doesn't specifically state sidewalks.
Yes, sir, and for that reason, in our review, we did add that to the conditions. So if you look at approval with conditions number 3.
Okay, in
That is
accordance with
called
the
out.
UDC, is that a 5-foot sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you, Nina. In the proposed RMAT zoning, does that allow short-term rentals?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so,
And that is part of the stipulation in the PUD plan as well. It is outlined in the
so
PUD
both
plan.
in the PUD and in
Right.
RMAT by itself allows that?
Yes, because RMAT does allow hotels
Yeah.
by right, so therefore it would be extended to short-term rental.
And this is an area that we have lots of short-term rental.
Yes, it is.
I just want to, as we're going forward, there's a lot of conversation, particularly on the island, about short-term rentals and where they're allowed and where they're not. So I just want to make sure that this project, if that's something they want, that it's okay, and you're telling me it's not okay on two fronts, both on the zoning and on the PUD.
That is correct, and it is stipulated in the PUD plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, my question is more general in nature. Several places in your documents here, it talks about the technical review committee.
Yes,
Who is the technical review committee?
The technical review committee is comprised of city departments as well as agencies that review our plats, but they also review our PUD plans.
Okay. Okay, and I did read on page 3 of your staff report that to adhere to the consistency of the UDC, that they would install the sidewalks along Running Light and Leeward.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah, we do. Let me put my eyes on. Okay, I will open the public hearing on item number 21. And is the applicant here? Yes, would you like to make any comments, sir? Oh, you can
Sir,
come
can-
up.
yes.
To the microphone, thank you.
I just want to comment that we're going to include the sidewalks.
You will?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Ms. Huerta, do we have any written public comment?
No, ma'am, not in this
No?
item.
Okay, great. Then, I think we'll close the public comment. Yes, I'm sorry. And I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 21.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you. Item number 22, zoning case number 0421-01, Stephen Bernal, Rachel Garcia Peña, and Rick Kyle Karen.
The case before you is to rezone a property from the RS6 Single Family 6 District to the CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District. The purpose is to construct an automatic car wash at 4421 and 4427 Violet Road. The applicants are Stephen Bernal, Rachel Garcia Peña, and Rick Kyle Caron. The property is located along the west side of Violet Road, south of Interstate 37 and north of Leopard Street. The property has approximately 250 feet of street frontage along Violet Road, which is designated as an A2 secondary arterial. To the north are various commercial developments, including a hand wash car wash, Whataburger, and a Stripes gas station, Zone CN1 Neighborhood Commercial and CG1 General Commercial Districts. And to the south is a McDonald's, Zone GC2 General Commercial District, and to the east is an HEB, Zoned CG2, and a single-family residential subdivision, zoned RS6 Single Family 6 District. And to the west are single-family residential homes, zoned RS6. The property is 0.97 acres in size and is not platted. The subject property is located within the boundaries of the Northwest Area Development Plan, is planned for mixed use. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the neighboring properties and with the general character of the area. The UDC does have specific set of standards listed in Section 5221B that requires the following for car washes. Outdoor lighting of the automated car wash use must abide by all regulations of Section 7.6 outdoor lighting. Noise generated by the automated car wash use must be compliant with Section 31-3 of the Corpus Christi Code of Ordinances. And the hours of operation of the automated car wash use shall be limited to between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. 17 public notices were mailed, 1 in favor and 0 in opposition. I stand by for questions. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've had a lot of these car washes go up in District 5. And fortunately, a lot have been in commercial areas, but there have been a couple where there's residences close by, and the biggest complaint is the sound from the blowers that come as they're drying, as the car is drying off. And even though they meet the sound requirements by code in terms of the amount of decibels it can be, it is constant, especially on Saturdays. I don't think our current requirements for sound are adequate, considering that there are some homes behind this this proposed site. I'd ask that we review what that should be and have more of a solid barrier between the homes and this type of business. I know this isn't coming for here in terms of this particular issue, but I think it should be reviewed more closely once you get permitting for this particular item, and maybe that's something we need to review as a council or as a planning commission or the planning commission to determine how a better means of blocking that noise, because it may, like I said, may not hit that threshold for the decibel levels, but it's constant all day long, especially on weekends, Saturdays.
Right. A wall is required adjacent to
Now, it's a
the
solid
single
wall,
family.
right?
Yes.
Well, that wasn't the case in other places. It was just a 6-foot wood fence, and that is inadequate. So is it going to, I mean, are we talking about a solid wall?
Adjacent to single-family residential, yes, that would be required.
When was that added? Because it didn't happen over on Cimarron.
Well, I'll have to look
Okay.
at that and get back with you,
Okay.
Councilman.
All right. Well, if as long as it's a solid wall, I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Nyla, can Can you address this? I've received several calls, not just about this particular project, but just the car washes that we have in town in general. I know that we've had a lot spring up here lately, and some of the questions I get are, how are we allowing so many car washes in our city if we're in a stage 1 drought condition and they use a lot of water? I know the answer, but I'd just like for you to explain it publicly, or one of your colleagues explain it publicly.
Right. I don't know if the applicant's here to explain.
The applicant's here.
Okay. Perhaps the applicant can address that question.
Mm-hmm.
Glad there were questions. Otherwise, I came out here for nothing, so it's good. Joseph Ernest, good to be with you. Councilman Molina, so to answer your question, it's actually something I would have liked to hit on, but I wouldn't have known if anyone was interested in the water conservation we do. So, but for your question, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to explain this. So the future use would be a quick quack car wash is our hope with your approval. And quick quack car wash is unique in the sense that it's part of a water conservation group. And our car wash is only using 28 gallons of water per vehicle and reclaiming and recycling up to 60% of the water. So we have reclaim tanks underneath the tunnel that are catching the water and recycling it and reusing it. The reason that's kind of a big deal, 28 gallons may still seem like a lot, but actually if you wash your car in your driveway, studies have shown that you'll use between 120 and 180 gallons of water. So it's a bit counterintuitive. But a car wash like ours, who is it has water conservation on our mind, and on our own, regardless of whether or not you would have required it, we would have still done this, will use less water for the city. So if people will come out and use the quick quack car wash, it will conserve water in the city quite a bit, actually.
And I've understood that, but I do get a lot of questions from the public about that, so I appreciate you addressing that.
It's a bit counterintuitive, and people don't know that, so that's a great question. While I'm up, while I'm up here, our application had in mind the neighbors, so Councilman Hernandez, I think that was a great point. There was, hopefully you agree, a little bit of wisdom in us asking for a CN designation rather than some of the more robust commercial designations that are appropriate within the future land use plan, which shows mixed use. The reason that the applicant has only asked for the commercial neighborhood is because it imposes sound restrictions, light restrictions, hours of operation restrictions. In fact, it's our anticipation that we'll be much less of a noticeable neighbor to the residents than, for instance, like McDonald's, or there's a thrift store in the area, or the H-E-B, or the Juan car wash. So there's actually a Juan wash, which is it's a totally different type of product just up the road, where people put in nickels and they can wash all the time. I imagine that's much more of a problem to the residences. Also, there's a Whataburger nearby, and they have hours that'll be more extensive than ours. But we have a lot of sound mitigation efforts on site, and again, with your code, I think we'll comply, and also where we'll point the exit of the tunnel will be conducive for the residents as well, and then the solid wall will be part of it as well. But I'm hopeful that we'll continue to do our part to keep cars clean in Corpus Christi. It's what we do. And we hope you'll agree with Planning Commission and staff and recommend approval.
And are you Rick?
No.
No.
I don't know. They didn't get that right, but that's okay. We love it.
What is your
love it.
name?
Joseph Ernest.
Okay.
It's a good name.
That's a good name.
My mother gave it to me.
Gotcha. Okay.
Good lady, right?
I'll keep it.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'll keep it. Yeah, it's your first name.
Yeah. Yes,
Yes, sir.
Councilman Presley.
Currently, there are a couple of homes there, so you're going to tear those down, is that the plan?
Yes, sir. In
Okay.
fact, I think the homeowners' names are the ones listed because they also signed the application in favor of it. And then the neighbor behind us, 4430, the Esther McCaskill, she's the one in favor of it, which is an interest. There were nobody opposed, but there was one of the neighbors who are in favor. That is the closest to the car wash is in favor of it.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, can you, and this is the car wash I'm referring to on Cimarron is not a quick quack, so I want to clarify that. So,
Thank you.
But
For the record, that's good.
But it is a concern, and I've gotten complaints about it. And now we have 2 fences that are wood fences there. But needless to say, can you kind of describe some of your sound mitigation that you're doing? Because it really is where the fans are, where you dry off the vehicle on the backside. So it's going to affect who's ever closest to where the car comes out with the dryers. So can you kind of describe what you were referring to in terms of your sound mitigation?
Yes, sir. We've learned from experience. So Quick Quack has about 140 operational car washes, and we just love being part of the community. But we learned very early on, one of the biggest things we can do is make sure that the exit of the tunnel is pointed in a direction that is towards other commercial uses, not towards the residences. If it were pointed towards the residences, there are additional things we can do, such as like a big, massive sound wall that no one wants to do. So the first thing we do is we design the site properly. And then there's other things we do, such as a lot of car washes that compete with us, they'll have a central vacuum engine per vacuum stall. So you'll have an actual central vacuum engine right there as you pull in and you park to use the vacuum, that it's blowing in your ear the whole time you're using it. It's very loud. What we do is we have one central vacuum engine that powers the entire row of vacuum parking stalls, and it's enclosed. So it's one engine and it's enclosed with CMU block. It'll be enclosed like our trash enclosure. It'll look good like our tunnels look good. It's meant to be congruent and consistent, but dampen the sound. In addition, our vacuums themselves are housed in rubber housing so that when they're not in use, you don't hear them at all. So yeah, a lot of innovation internally to make sure it's as quiet as possible. For not just the residents, which is hugely important, and we're near residences all over the Western United States, and we have a great relationship with them, but also for the customers, so that's a quiet site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Huerta, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
We do not. Okay, great. And is there anyone else here who would like to make any public comment?
Yes, we open the public hearing right
Oh, I'm
so, yeah.
sorry, we'll open the public comment period. And is there anyone wanting to make a public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public hearing.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go on to section and individual consideration items 23 through 25. Item number 23 is a motion awarding a construction contract to Associated Construction Partners LTD for the Laguna Madre wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation upgrades.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities. This is a motion to award a $4.5 million construction contract for restoration and modernization of the Laguna Madre wastewater treatment plant, responsible for service to the Flower Bluff area. This comprehensive project has been listed as a requirement in the city's capital improvement program since 2018. The contractor is Associated Construction Partners Incorporated. They have completed a number of utility projects for the city since 2012 for both water and wastewater utilities.
Mr. Norton, if you'd excuse me for 1 second.
Sir.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve this item.
There you go. Okay, any discussion?
All right, thank you.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. Yeah, you're.
You're good. I didn't mean to interrupt. You're so good. I apologize.
It was going to be a great presentation. Item number 24. Okay, item number 24, motion awarding a construction contract to Barcom Construction, Inc. for the police substation Flower Bluff Building Improvements Project. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Ratna Potumutu, Engineering Services. I'm the Assistant Director of Project Management. I'm here to answer your questions if you have any on this project.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez. Do it again.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have a quick question.
Well, actually, it was on the last one, but it got
It's okay.
usurped
Moving
by
along.
Councilman Hunter. All I wanted to say was that it was we were under budget. I appreciated that. And that,
It was wonderful.
any savings could be gone to that $3.5 million we went over in the Allison plant. That's all I was going to say. So thank you.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Or do we have public comment? Do we have any, no?
I don't know if anybody here.
No, I mean,
it
is
looks
there
like
any-
mostly staff, besides
Right.
Ms. Jabot.
Well, Linda's here. Do we have any public comment? You count, Linda. Okay. We've got motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you, Ratna. Item number 25, resolution authorizing a mobilization agreement with Pfeiffer and Son LTD for the removal. Are we,
Mayor, it
Mr.
was
Zanoni?
withdrawn.
Mr. Zanoni, are we pulling this?
Yes, we're going to postpone this till June timeframe.
Right. Sorry about that. It
Yeah,
was on my.
Thank you.
okay.
Yeah, we have to work with there's a tri-party agreement that manages this light
Right.
system, and that includes TxDOT and the Port of Corpus Christi.
It's not ready
And we
yet.
need to get them on board with helping us pay for the removal.
Yeah. Section O, first reading ordinances, items number 26 and 27. Item number 26, ordinance approving amendment number 3 to the tax increment reinvestment zone number 4, which is North Beach. Thank you for placing that in parentheses. Project and financing plans to make adjustments to the project-specific development and North Beach Living Initiative. Good afternoon.
Heather Hurlbert, Director of Finance. So this is, the North Beach TERS is a relatively new TERS. This is the first year that we've actually captured increment in the TERS. And so as we go through and review these, we had a couple of amendments that we'd like to propose to council to make. This has already gone to the TERS board and was recommended that we move forward with the amendment to bring back to council. Both of these amendments are to modify this to help promote more incremental development versus some of the larger projects. And so the two amendments are to reduce the number of units under the project-specific development agreement and also under the North Beach Living Initiative. And so under the project-specific development agreement, we're proposing that we would reduce the minimum number of units from 25 down to 10. And then under the North Beach Living Initiative, we're recommending that we reduce it from 10 units down to 4 units. What we have found on the downtown development is that right now, especially in the economic climate that we're in, sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to get financing for the larger projects. And so this would allow some smaller incremental development to come in and be able to take advantage of some of the incentives that we have. The other amendment is to take out language within the agreement that requires the developer or the builder to get their building permit within 6 months. The reason that we're proposing or recommending that we remove that is because those timelines usually are set within the incentive agreements. And so this allows us to have more flexibility to set those timelines either shorter than 6 months or longer, depending on the type of agreement and type of development that is. And so that does, those 3 amendments are what we're recommending. That concludes my presentation. If I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Looks like we have no questions, Heather. Thank you. Is there any public comment? Linda? Great. I will entertain a motion to approve item number 26. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 27, an ordinance amending the city code to decrease the speed limit on Park Road 22 from 55 miles an hour to 35 miles per hour for a school zone adjacent to Seashore Learning Center. Mr. Martinez. Oh.
Second.
Any discussion or public comment, Linda? Great. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, so we've already taken care of our briefings. Item number 28 was taken care of, so now we will go into executive session on item number 29, city manager evaluation per Texas Government Code, sections 551.071 and 551.074. And we will return shortly. Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting, and there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.